Okay, good. YouTube should be up now. Oh, let me just claim my stuff from Ray and thing. Alright, let's play the music. Give me a moment. Oh. There we go, we'll start it from there.
Awaiting command.
Okay. Let me get my logged in too. Alright. I still haven't opened all the things this week. Hi, Zedmeister. Welcome, welcome. Alright. We're starting at like 10 instead. So later on, but yeah. Alright, let me just get logged in for everything. Rebuilt exoskeleton. Alright, cool, got that. You know, I wasn't expecting them to do the battle pass this week. It is funny though, like how they released it like early like that. Kinda funny. Oh yeah, there's still one more day of the special supply thing there. Hi Ryoko-chan. Welcome, welcome. Right, we got some stuff to react to, a bunch of stuff. I'd be starting earlier again today. Okay, I'm gonna go around and get the Starline thing. No, we cannot get the battle pass. We literally cannot get it. I still need to finish all that stuff up too. Right. Oh. That's there. So I have to go claim that too. Yeah, cause like, the shop is closed, so you can't do anything there.
Target eliminated.
It is funny though how it's like, there. We can't do anything with it, but it's there. Right. No UFO mount, yeah, we gotta wait. We gotta wait until after the transfer. It is what it is though. Yeah, then Saturday's gonna be interesting. I think we got a confirmed time for the podcast. Because like that's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna have to like double check later if like the thing is updated or not. Because yeah, we have something coming. Let me go claim this. Again? Oh, I think I already looted those. I already claimed those. They were posted like the other day, right? Yeah, I think I already did redeem those. But neat. They got new codes. New codes is nice. Free is free, right? Those gave like bubble the bubble thingies, right? They were the bubble codes, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, bubbles and blings. And then we have the event that gives like double the thing again. So I've been doing that like every day off stream. Alright, what else we got here? But yeah, we have a podcast coming up, the top podcast. Since the other someone else that's involved was talking about it, it's like, yeah, that's what's on Saturday. There's a special 4.7 podcast thing. So I will be streaming my point of view of it too. There's a bunch of other people involved as well. And you can obviously guess who's hosting it. Like, it's pretty obvious that it's Mr. Cake hosting it. But yeah. We got stuff coming up again. So that'll be cool. Alright, let me go loot these. Let's see, what else can we grab here? different because I need to open these to get the mech stuff. It is annoying how it's like it has the thing in the shop, but like I don't have the Norns for it, and I won't have the Norns for it because we don't get enough Norns every week. Another weapon box. Cool. +1 black gold. Just Hilda. We have 9,000, must be nice. Give me Norns. You can't give me Norns though. That don't work. You can't give me Norns. Sure, you can come over here. It's funny how it's just easy just to use all the keys here though. Yeah, fair enough. Honestly, it'd be better if I could just kill the mech boss instead. Because the mech boss gives stuff too. Right, mech boss gives stuff as well. Hi, looks bad. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, I guess it's safe to say that like what's going on Saturday. Hi, Rumi as well. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, we have like a special podcast on Saturday. Yeah, it's different for every player. Every player gets a different shop every week. It's different. It's RNG for every player. It's not the same. That's why you don't see it. Let's see, can I upgrade my mech further? This one. Increase melee damage, this one. There we go, get a bigger boost there. Oh, that one gives a boost for shoulder missile things. So I gotta eventually upgrade this path too for more damage. Right. What else is here? Oh, there's stuff for like speed increase and more damage there. And then this stuff. Chance to deal double damage, more energy regen, more speed, and then more damage there. Okay. Oh, that's neat. You can get reduced cooldown there. For like the shoulder damage. To make it more spammable. That gives like attack speed too. But that's gonna take a while to like fully get all the stuff. Alright, what are my dailies here? Let me go claim them on my ult as well. Okay, what I'm gonna do first though is I'm gonna do the Starline Warrior thingy first. I'm gonna open all the present boxes. Right. Alright, time to open them. Right, because this is a good way to get the stuff for the event. So I can buy more vehicle parts. This part is the stuff stays there until like the stuff despawns, so like you can just go around opening everything. Well, I got a Clotho supply pod. Yeah, I wonder what's gonna happen to our Clotho supply pods once we transfer over. Imagine like they reset our Clotho supply pod progress. Would be funny. Alright, let me open the rest of these chests. Right, like, hopefully when, like, after the transfer goes over, I can get Faisa from my pulls on standard banner, because I have literally hundreds of them. Right, hopefully. Right, I don't know about you guys, but I have literally hundreds of standard banner pulls. It would be hilarious though if they mess up. And we can redo our exploration stuff again. Yeah, and drop the hashtag G, yeah. I still have like the free name change ticket they gave me. I still have it. Well, yeah. Keep in mind, we're only a couple weeks behind CN, right? So it makes sense. Like, if Faisa won't be useful, like, you're not gonna make use of her. But, hey. You know, another thing to play with, right? Another toy. And if you get A5 on Faisa, you can use her flying thingy. If you like that. Because, like, the thing is, for the Cope Flame comp, the Faisa isn't going to provide as much as Liho. Technically, Faisa will do a little bit more damage. Slightly more damage. But Actually, not really, because the rotation would be scuffed with Lisa. Because her skill cooldown is 20 seconds. So technically it'll be lower, because you're gonna have downtime. Because of the cooldown, you want to play 25-second rotation. Technically. Now that I think about it. But yeah. What covered up? Ah, I see. Nah, it's fine. I noticed it. Yeah, you're player one. I mean, that's just what happens, man. Alright, now I loot the last one on my ult. It's funny though, like how it's like you can loot all of them except for one. I'm not at the point cap though. It's okay, I can grab the point cap tomorrow. Right, it's like I can just grab it tomorrow. Don't matter. It is funny though how it's like, oh yeah, we got the battle pass here, but we can't get it. I actually deadass thought they were gonna like just extend the old one anyways. But no, they didn't. It depends. Even then, right? If you're playing Frost and Fizz, she's the main DPS. Void Piercer is also main DPS for Frost and Fizz. But yeah. Otherwise, for the rest of 4.0, like for Revolt and Flame, she's not as good as your main DPS option. But for Fizz and Frost, she is the main DPS. She has bonuses for Frost and Fizz as main DPS. I don't know why the game made the thing that way, they just did. And I get more gold nuclei. That's nice. Eventually we end up in a situation where we don't have like nearly enough gold nucleus. It feels like at times. Why is it? Where's the new eyes that it's showing me? I don't get it. It's like telling me I have new eyes, but I don't see it. Alright, let's see. Alright, let me warm myself over. You know, I still never got all like the 1.0 exploration mount drop things on my ult. The only one I have on my ult is a unicorn for some reason. I don't have the other ones. The AFK exploration has not given me the mount parts for like the Voyager and Omnium Beast and the Vacuum. Maybe one of these days I'll try to get it on my ult, even if I'm like never gonna use them. And there's nothing new there? Okay. Alright, let's go up here. Damn, there are people doing 8v8 PvP. There are people doing the 8v8 PvP farm. Alright, let me go warp in my ult over here. The Final Fantasy Commander Deck Collector Editions? What? The fuck? What, are you talking about like card game stuff? I mean, I guess, yeah, card game stuff is crazy. Alright, interesting. Magic crossover with Final Fantasy, I see. Hi Tara. Welcome, welcome. It's still just crazy just how much people will spend on those card things. Right, it's pretty crazy. Alright, what do I need on my main? Rift drones and my ult needs the other thing. I think my ult just needs vending machines. So let me go do those. Alright, let me work my ult to do that. But yeah, we're probably gonna go farm the mecha boss. Because I need to get that stuff done too. Alright. Let me get my ult over here. Kill the things. And then there are rift drones over there. I'm still coughing a little bit. Just a little. But yeah, it's like nowhere near as bad as it was last week and stuff. Alright, cool. We got that dealt with. Alright. Yeah, I know. Yes, I'm fine. Alright, there we go. Swap to that. Alright. I guess I'll quickly do join ups, 2 of them. Oh, it's this one today. Oh shit, I just went in and started. You'll have to wait for the next one. I just started it. You farm 40 pulls just to lose pity. What do you mean you farmed 40 pulls just to lose pity? What happened? What were you trying to pull? Which one was it? But yeah, tomorrow we'll be playing Duet Night Abyss. And then on Saturday, there's gonna be a special podcast stream with other people. So, you don't want to miss that one. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, the other thing's there. They had 80 flame gold. You plan on buying pulls? Yeah, everything closed. Because, transfer. Oh, that's a rip, man. I think it's like 10 PM Eastern. I'll have to double check after. We can double check in a bit, but I will be playing Duet Night Abyss. They did invite me and everything. Okay. Ah, but you got to at least reach it. That's good. You stuck with 2, so at least you saved $100. Hey man, there's still the login event to get more pulls, and then do everything else you can. You stop playing for a while, right? So you can still probably get it if you go and complete everything. Maybe. You still might be able to get it. But yeah, like all the top-up stuff is down. For now. It'll come back with, I think they'll come back when Perfect World takes over unless stuff changes, we'll see. Right. Because yeah, Perfect World's gonna have their takeover. And on Saturday, we're gonna have early stream. I think we just download a new client and log in with our Perfect World account. Right, we download the new client. You can probably still get it if you go do everything. Go complete everything. Hey, Bootleg Gamer. You probably still can. You just have to 100% clear everything. You got like 5 days though. To try and like finish everything. You might be able to get it. Right? You're gonna need like what, like 34 pulls or something? Oh, you already farmed it all. I see. There you go. Nice. At least you don't have to see it go to waste. Meanwhile, I have like the extra Void Piercer tissue papers and stuff that I didn't use because I already pulled A6 everything. You know, ahead of time. No, it's just the SSR. Brevi, Yamyao, Plotty, and Yanu are in there. But yeah, no matrices, just the character. Right. Just one of them that you can grab. You have to do the web event thing. Right, you have to make sure you go do the web event every day or something, I think, for it. And then you can grab it. Right, it's tied to the web event. You gotta do it every day. But hey, free is free. There's like 40 pulls or something. Plus the selector. For one of the 4 in the web event. A1 Roslyn versus A3 4-piece Yanua better for that. Wait, what? I'm trying to think what you're saying here. Yeah, max Yanua matrices. What are you using as your 4th one? Your 4th weapon? Are you using what? Void Piercer and then Nola. That's only A1 Nola. Honestly, it's probably better to not use Nola, I think. What else could you use? If you only have A1 Nola, is Nola even worth using at A1? Because you don't get the buff part there. You don't really get the buff stuff. Does Roslyn have anything else? I mean, the matrices are good to use. Right? You would just get that for on-field stuff. Honestly, replacing one of them with with Yulon would be better, probably. Like, replacing one of them for, like, and using Yulon with 4-piece Yanua was probably a better thing to do. You would have to, I think you replace, yeah. I think you maybe replace Roslyn with with the max Yanua matrices on Yulon. If you have Yulon. For that. You would just use the matrices on Yulon. Your Yanua matrices. Right. Because it's just A1 Roslyn. If you had A6 Roslyn, it'd be different, but it's just A1. But like, yeah, just go to the cactus and try it. Alright, you can always just go to the cactus and try it out. Since it's not like I can disable advancements and test it. Alright, what else are we gonna do again? Wait, what do I need to do for my health for the event stuff too? Version delivery. What am I missing on my alt? I need to somehow get some of the prestige stuff in Smart City, I think. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do exploration on my alt at some point. On network map. In the thingy. Okay, that's fine. Let's just do... where's the event thing? The Trail of Odyssey. Let me go accept the thing on my alt. Because I need to do this at some point, so we're just gonna go there. That's a Mirror Floral Hall. So we gotta teleport there. Fishing, right. We can use that for the faster teleport. Alright, let's go back here. Doo-doo-doo. Alright, let me go warp my alt over as well. Because I gotta go claim all this stuff. Wait, what do I need to do? I need to get emerald fans? The fuck? Oh boy. I have to go to domain 9. Oh boy, now it's frozen. Oh. Why is... whatever. That only has 2, so I'm gonna have to do it again. Why is it lagging? Level Infinite skimping out more on servers, I guess. On the last couple days, it feels like it. Oh yeah, did I get my key? Gotta get that one. Yeah, Void Piercer was next. That did happen. Right, and now we have Void Piercer. Ooh, enhancement shot. Let's go. Rest I ignore. Enhancement shot always good though. Very pog. Right, enhancement shot always great. Great to have. Alright, now I'm gonna do it on my ult. I have to go grab the emerald fans on my ult now. It's kind of annoying. Wait, that was just the Dominium thingy, what the fuck? What? Oh. I see. It was for that. Hey, at least we found where you can get the Emerald Fan for Dominium this week. Right? The thing for the Emerald Fans. So that's nice.
Target eliminated.
I thought it was for the actual thingy. Oh well. That's good to know.
Awaiting command.
That said, I did need the Dominium. You updated a second time? I mean, you just have bad RNG, man. Right, keep in mind though, like, you can only win or lose the 50-50 twice in a row before it will force the opposite result on you. Every single time. You can't win or lose more than twice in a row. That's how the game works. That's just how it works.
Awaiting command.
Right. You can't win or lose more than twice. Well, there you go. The next one is a win then if you lost twice. That's just how the game works. Right, that's just how it works. Alright, I'm getting my emerald fans on my ult and then I'm gonna move myself over. Oh cool, my ult also got the thingy.
Awaiting command.
It's kind of silly though how it tracked the wrong Lin. It's like it told me where the Lin for the domain 9 thing is instead. For some reason. It's like, I'm gonna go track where Lynn is, but, not the one you're looking for. Nice job, game. Alright, now we gotta go to Food Alley. Why is the game being slow today? Rip, man. That's just how Gacha is, man. They gotcha, man. Alright, sometimes they gotcha, man. Okay, let me see if I can pull that thing off. Oh, where is it? Doo-doo-doo. Oh yeah, where is it? Right, sometimes they just gotcha, man. Right, they gotcha, man. Alright. Oh yeah, I need Claudia for the thing. I'm just going into exploration mode. Alright, we're heading on over. Oh, it's down here. Alright, back to Food Alley. Alright. Path to Meroria now. Now we gotta go find Fenrir.
Awaiting command.
Alright, let me just go claim it on my, accept the thing on my alt. Fenrir is over there in Coolie Land. So we gotta go to Coolie Land.
Target eliminated.
Is she in the pet store? Yep, she's at the pet store. Alright, let's head on over to Fenrir. Now we gotta go talk to Dorothy, who's at the apartment. Alright, we gotta go there. Alright, we did this one, we got the Fenrir one. At least this is pretty quick. Now we gotta accept the next one. Oh, do I go to inners now? Yep, I go to inners. Alright. Time to go to inners. You never been special. Fair enough.
Target eliminated.
Alright, where is the thingy? Oh, it's down in the other room. So we gotta go over there. I wonder if our mods will still work in the thing. Once we get the transfer over. Alright, we gotta talk to Lyra now. And Cobalt is still there. I'm doing the thing on my ult.
Awaiting command.
Alright, let me just go get caught up on my ult and do the thing, same thing. Do, 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 do.
Target eliminated.
Okay, now we gotta go to Fiona. Alright. What's Fiona gonna give us this time? Alright, now we gotta go to Ganano. Where is the thing that go down? Alright, now I go warp my ult over. Alright, so I got that one, the Ganano one is done. Okay. Oh, and then I can claim this. The memory medium thingy.
Awaiting command.
Alright, now let me claim it on my ult. Alright, time to go to Ignisville. Remember when they called it Farewellville? Remember back then when the thing was called Farewellville? Imagine. Shit was funny when they translated it to that. Farewellville of all things. Alright, we're going off to Farewellville. Out of all the names. Oh, she's just literally right next to the teleport spot. That's nice. Now we go to wrong gym. Farewellville. Ignisville used to be called Farewellville at one point because of the shit translation. You can even see it in the thing. You go to terminal, then you go to story, domain, not there. Domain 9. It literally says Farewellville there. It straight up says Farewellville. It's literally called Farewellville. Like, they actually put Peggood and called it Farewellville, of all things. Farewell, Tencent. Yeah, that's Tencent translation for ya. But, like, honestly though, like, machine translation, like, the AI translation stuff is pretty good now. Surely using AI stuff for that won't be a problem in the future. Like, it's actually, like, pretty good. Like, the DeepL AI model for translation stuff, it's actually pretty good. Cause, like, I've used it before. Alright, now we gotta go to Joltville. Alright, we gotta go see Meme. Yeah, no one will notice but me. I noticed. Because I see it, it just looks funny. I sure as hell noticed. You may not have noticed, but I did. Alright, let's go see Meme. Right, just like how this was Meme at one point. Right? They called her Meme. Remember when Mimi and stuff was announced, stuff like that, instead it just said, we called it Meme. Alright, now we gotta go to the bazaar. Do. Nope, I can't refresh for the T. I'm trying to see if I can refresh on my ult for it, but it doesn't look like it. Alright. You've been playing HSR since launch and you're doing the story to catch up? I have absolutely no idea what's going on. Yeah, for me, I can never play it, man. I can't be bothered. Like, the thing is, with like HSR and stuff, it's like, why don't I just play a good turn-based game instead? Of all the things I could be doing, it's like, why not just play an actual not dog shit turn-based game? Especially when I have like a ton that like in my Steam backlog to play that I could be playing. It's like, why do that when I can play like a not shit one instead? Right? That's kind of how I am on like some of these games, man. If it's like I could just play a better game of the same genre and stuff like that, why don't I just do that instead?
Target eliminated.
Hell, it's not taking the photo I took on my ult. You hate how they left Ruby behind? You wanted to see them having fun in Domain 9, but not this. Yeah. I mean, it's also just the gameplay, man. For a turn-based game, HSR is just shit. Like, why not just play a good turn-based game? Right? It's like, I could also just play a not shit turn-based game. So why would I play a shit one? When I can play, like, an actual good one? No, I have not. What is that? I haven't heard of that game before. Sort of whatever it is. Valeria? Yeah, I've not heard of that before. Tactical TRPG? Okay. Oh wait, so it's a tabletop game, right? One of those? I see. But yeah, no, I've never heard of it before. Oh wait, no, it's just a turn-based game? I thought it was like one of those, cause like I've seen some of those where like you actually have to like roll dice and shit. As well, like I've seen some games like that too. Right, hi Kusanagi. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? But yeah, tomorrow we're gonna be playing Duet Night Abyss. We're just getting caught up on the event stuff here. Like, just finishing it all off. But yeah. Just getting caught up. But yeah, how you doing? We'll see how like Duet Night Abyss will be. Hopefully it's good. They haven't been good. You lost your EA account. Oh, has EA like been able? Have you been able to get like contact EA at least? That sucks though. Oh, I found a photo spot. Damn. So like all your cosmetics are just gone. The story in SOC has multiple endings? Oh, okay. That's cool. And you didn't they tell you that you need to provide info? They said it doesn't match? What the fuck? What kind of info do you need to give them then? That like they said didn't match. That's gotta hurt though. Imagine you told what would happen if you told the customer service that you're gonna just charge them back and like dispute it with your bank and stuff. The email that they said that's not enough, really. What else do they want, man? Like, could you send them like bank statements with like from your like when you spent money? Thanks for the follow as well, dog. 1XD. You did. And like they said like no to that. That's fucked up, man. Try and see what happens if you threaten to charge back your purchases. Try and see what happens then if you say they'll charge it back. Oh. Try telling them that you're gonna charge back all the money you spent. See what happens if they do that. Like, see what happens if you tell them that. Cause like, if like the bank statements and stuff is not enough, see what happens if you threaten to charge them back. Cause like, here's the thing. Like, the thing is, refunds or like chargebacks are expensive. Like, they're actually pretty expensive to do. Like, each individual transaction, like, when they go through it, they have to pay an extra $15 plus a percentage fee for each process chargeback. With like Visa, MasterCard and stuff. They actually want that. Like, refunds are expensive. So like, you know, depending, like, if you, let's say you spent $1 200 times. You know, can you imagine the chargeback on that? Right? If you spent $1 200 times, they'd actually be losing $3,000. A little bit more than that, because like they also lose the initial fees they had to pay when they took the transaction. So they would be losing. They would have lost quite a bit more than like, let's say 3,000 in that case. If you did like, you know, 200 purchases of $1, for example. But yeah, like, try doing that. See what happens. Surely then they'll feel like they'll have to help you back. That's gotta be painful, man. Yeah, like, actually try that. Cause like, yeah, refunds are expensive. They are very expensive. The Department of Yuhong. That's over there. Alright.
Target eliminated.
Alright, let's head up to the Department of Yuhong. That's over here. Okay, we gotta go to Linghan. And then we gotta go to Warehouse 8, which is all the way in there. Alright, you gotta collect, accept the thing on my alt.
Awaiting command.
I guess Warehouse 8 is over there. Alright, let's load on in. Load, load, load. Alright, let's get loaded in. Oh, here's Yam Meow. And then I got that one. And then I can do network now. And then it goes all the way to that.
Target eliminated.
Where's it gonna take me if I do that? I wonder where it takes me. Okay, it takes me here. So I gotta go see Plotty now. Alright, just load on in. Cannot use jetpack on this map. Okay. Why does it want me to leave the algorithm mark? I have to go find her in Hycros? Oh shit, I do. Ah. Oh, that's just your YouTube one, I see. Fair enough, right? You can watch wherever you like. And then we go see Zero down below. I think Sony will just pass it on. You can you can talk to Sony about it too. But like, I think Sony will just pass it on. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, I guess you can try contacting Sony, see what happens. That's still fucked up that like, Your account got stolen and everything. That's super fucked up. And they don't want to help you. Okay. Let me go accept the next thing on my ult. At least this won't take too long. Huh? We go talk to Carol? Oh wait, no, that's on the network map. Alright, let me go over there. Okay. Alright, time to just warp on over. Alright, let's warp on over. Oh, there it is. And then we gotta go to Dandelion Coast, which is over there. Honestly, it's probably faster to just fling myself. Alright, let me warp myself over. The hell? Why won't it load the thing on my ult? I think my ult bugged out.
Target eliminated.
Crap, I don't have any things that can do damage equipped. Yeah, what the hell? It's not like working on my ult. The fuck? Maybe if I enter and exit Bygone. Your account is banned now? How the hell did they get your account get banned? So they hacked your account, now it's banned. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, just tell them, like, you told them you don't have access to it anymore, right? And they still don't want to give it back. Like, can you ask them, like, is there anything else you can do without the email thing? Like, can you do anything else? Oh fuck, my alt is like bugged now. It won't let me continue it on my alt. For some reason my alt is bugged. Okay, like I went to Dandelion Coast, but it won't let me continue. Maybe if I re-log into the game on my alt. Let me try that. So now you just can't access it. Like, there's like nothing they can let you do? And you told them you'd try the chargeback thing on them too, I assume? Yeah, you think you're gonna try that to do the chargeback because it's a lot of money? Exactly. Yeah, like, at least try and see if you can do that. Right, at least try and see. If they don't want to give you back your access and everything. Especially because you spent the money and everything. It's gonna be a bit of a pain though, because you're gonna have to like really dig everything back. Right, because it's gonna show up, I'm gonna assume it's gonna show up on your card under like PSN or whatever. So you have to make sure you isolate the correct ones. Yeah, I don't know why, it seems like it's bugged. Yeah, it's 6 years. Oh, damn. I don't know if that's possible. It's still fucked up that that happened to you, man. That's still super fucked up. Like, at the end of the day, that's still fucked up. And they don't want to help you. Like that, as well. Yeah, I don't know why it's not letting me do the thing on my ult. It's like not spawning in the stuff there with Rosalind. And it was in your junk mail, yeah. That is crazy. Like, it just ends up being in your junk mail instead. That makes it harder to find. Because, like, not everyone checks their junk mail folder. right? Like sometimes we just ignore our junk mail and spam folder. Unless we're like expecting something.
Awaiting command.
Okay. Let's go grab the next thing then. Anka is over there. Let me go grab it from the event thing too. Because I want to get all of this done.
Target eliminated.
Yeah, actually, speaking of, have you heard and seen what they're doing, man? What some stores are doing?
Awaiting command.
Have you seen what the hell, the fucked up shit that's going on? You know, here, I'll show you, man. It's crazy, man. We'll do one of the reacts at the same time while I run around because it's really fucked up. Like, it is extremely fucked up, man.
Welcome to Newegg, where the price of GPUs is pegged to the cost of eggs.
Yeah, I'd like to get a 5090 to OC.
Oh
I'm sorry,
boy.
we're all out of 5090.
No, it's not even that. You thought that was bad. No, it gets worse. It gets worse. Just give us a listen, you'll see.
But you can get one in one of our affordable combo packs.
They're forcing people to buy them in bundles now.
Would you like the Gigabyte bundle of shit for $5,972.16? The Zotac combo of crap for $5,651.15. The MSI pack of poverty for $8,700, or the Asus buck set of ROG
Buck set, not even they
for
couldn't even
$6,132.95.
they couldn't even spell bucket properly.
Bucket?
That's buck set, sir, and it does.
I'll take the bucket of ROG over there.
Okay.
The
One
bucket of
ROG. So this is only enough to cover the GPU. Have a
Thanks.
nice day. PNH Photo told us it hadn't received a single RTX 5090 as of last week. The Asus TUF has increased from the TUF traditional MSRP pricing, which would be $2,000, to $2,530. That's a gigantic 26.5% increase. And they're not the only ones. We built this table showing others. GPU prices have increased significantly since launch.
Yep.
The launch was made entirely of paper, something that the guys
Launch
over
is
at
made out of
Tracker
paper.
have helped us investigate. Newegg seems like it's trying to move ancient, rotting inventory by bundling it with GPUs. MSI's website doesn't work, but when it does, you can sometimes only get a GPU by buying it alongside the most expensive modern ATX power supply available on Newegg. System integrators have told us that old tactics of board partners holding GPUs hostage to force attachment of unwanted additional inventory
Yeah.
have returned. And
They
it's not
basically
getting better
wanna
because
force
the
you to buy
5070
crap
Ti
you
was
don't
already
want.
seen online for $1,000, which in half of the United States should require ID to even look at. We even put together some of these charts to show the actual likelihood you'll even be able to get one of these if you were to camp out on the
Yeah, and like there's no reason there's like you have to be absolutely stupid as well to like buy a 5070 Ti for $1,000 when that's the price of the 5080 is supposed to be.
site.
It's
The short
ridiculous.
answer is don't bother. And today we're gonna just take a step back and look at the situation and hopefully serve as a gut check or a reminder that if it feels like you're being ripped off, you probably are. And just that reminder of don't get sucked into FOMO for this. Now, does this video help? Does it provide some erudite economist viewpoint of GPU pricing and NVIDIA supply?
Unfortunately, nope.
No. No, it doesn't. It
Oh, you can get a
doesn't
buck
really do
set.
much of anything. But sometimes it just feels
buck
good to
set?
rant
Oh,
about stuff.
Of
So,
ROG
you've
crap,
been
a buck
informed.
set.
That's what's in this video.
You guys want a buck set of ROG crap?
Maybe. Stop right there, criminal scum. Before that, this video is brought to you by the Height Y70 Touch Infinite. We previously reviewed the Height Y70 non-touch series and found its overall build quality to be below. We covered the day one aftermath of the 5090 and 5080 launch in our paper launch video, and it hasn't gotten better. The paper launch has become sort of compressed and corrugated, sort of like this box, I guess. So we're going to be covering more of the 5090 and 5080 setup, but now we're focusing more on some of the other weird stuff that's going on, like the pricing. And by weird, I mean predatory and anti-consumer. We just want to provide an update on the situation, maybe some catharsis, so that hopefully we can all laugh at the situation when supply stabilizes, or until we're all what NVIDIA really wants. GeForce Now users, why own a GPU when you can subscribe to one? Now, we also have some light data analysis on the pricing trends for January, and that's where it gets really interesting. Just like Whose Line, MSRP is made up and performance doesn't matter. And pricing has gotten completely unhinged over the last couple weeks. Scalping will continue until morale improves. And some of the scalping is by first parties. So let's just see what CEO Jensen Huang has to say about all of this.
4 elephants. 1 GPU.
Oh boy.
Okay, he's busy. We're here to talk about the NVIDIA RTX 50 situation. It's not the stability one.
Yeah, even the 4090,
or the melting 12-volt high power
and it's not
cable
worth
one.
it to buy the 4090.
Or the one where if you set the
like
refresh
that,
rate
man.
on your monitor, then it's a black screen.
It's
or
ridiculous.
the PCIe. You know, it's just about price. It's probably just faster for me to say what it's about. It's about the price. It's not about all the other ones.
It's just ridiculous,
It's
man.
different. But this chart shows just how pointless it is to try and buy a 50 series GPU. We worked with Trackalacker to obtain some numbers. Trackalacker is a site that Jeremy's been using, and
you have a
we
good
used it in
night,
our paper
Zepmeister.
launch video too. The team over there is trying to help consumers understand pricing behavior and combat bots. They've also been incredibly helpful by sharing some of their data with us. This chart shows the average time in stock for each device. It's measured in seconds of time that the public retail page shows inventory. It's possible that if Trackalacker's automated systems miss an interval, then some of the numbers would be off, but in those instances, the numbers would actually be even worse than what you're seeing here, and they're already bad. We averaged all of this in total across all 5090 and 5080 cards. They're in stock on average for 604.08 seconds, or about 10 minutes. Outliers of longer inventory primarily include first-party board partners. It's obviously not worth trying to even buy one of these cards right now, but let's take a deeper look. This chart shows the time in stock again, but broken out by GPU type. The 5090's shortest time in stock was 26 seconds. There's at least some reassurance in that the combos take nearly 10 times as long to sell at a minimum, but they're still selling in under 5 minutes. The average time until the inventory is out of stock is 413 seconds for the card, or 1123 for the combo. The max in stock option was the MSI Poverty Pack, the Power Pack, which bundles a $700 power supply with the 5090. More on that later. It's a terrible deal. The 5080 was typically in stock for 554 seconds, but at minimum 5 seconds. But pricing is a big part. This chart shows the pricing as intercepted by Trackalacker in between the restocks. The price has also gone up with time, which we'll get into in the rest of this video. On average, the 5090s have been flagged at $2,723, 36% higher than NVIDIA's now seemingly fake MSRP, but it does kind of fit with fake price generation. The maximum price we clocked was $3,410 for one model, or a 71% hike. That's from first-party sellers, not scalpers, so we're already getting pre-scalped by the partners. Combo prices show how the game is to multiply the revenue from a GPU sale, typically all to one manufacturer, and what we think is an inventory purging move. That most expensive combo was $6,138. The 5080 has an average price of 35% higher than MSRP.
Nikkei collab too, right?
2.5 times MSRP. Do not spend that much on a 5080.
Right, there's also gonna be the Nikkei thing, right? I'm not mistaken. The Nikkei collab with it?
Even worse than it already is. But high-end cards are especially bad right now. One of the more insulting things about this whole launch is this. Feast your eyes upon it. A significant amount of the restocks have
Look
come
at
by
the-
the way of predatory bundles.
Look at here's the worst part, man. Look at this, $6,000. You don't even get the full PC. And there's like a random monitor you probably don't want, some random router that you probably don't want or need. You're forced to buying a specific keyboard and mouse. Their specific choice of power supply that you probably want a different one, and the specific motherboard. This is ridiculous. They're basically like, they're like, oh, we have a lot of stock of this garbage that nobody wants, but people want to buy the 5090. So here's what we'll do. We'll force people to buy all the excess stock of garbage that we can't sell and bundle it with the 5090. Sure, that'd be cool to try.
These are primarily being sold by Newegg, but some are even being sold
But
by
yeah,
MSI.
it's like ridiculous
It's
what's
horrible
going on
first-party
now.
website that implodes as soon as 7 people try to use it at the same time. The worst are the bucket of Asus ROG bundles. That's right,
bucket.
it wasn't just a joke for the intro. That is actually what it's called, and there have been several buckets of Asus ROG so far, and all of them are about $6,000. On the positive
Yep.
side, you can use the bucket to cry into after you spend $6,000 on it. This $6,132.91 bundle was the highest we saw. It's more expensive than all the 5090 pre-built pre-orders we saw on launch day. And it's not even a full computer.
Not
That's right.
even.
You spend $6,100 basically to get a GPU, and you don't even get a complete computer out the end of it. For reference, we were able to buy a 5090 pre-built machine from a system integrator, and it was cheaper than this. And it has the whole computer. You can actually, like...
That's how your cousin got his PS5 in a bundle. He paid like $700 and sold the accessories. Yeah, it was crazy with that stuff too. They made you buy extra crap you didn't want. Right? Instead of, it was supposed to be like $450, $500 or something. And then instead they make you spend even more on garbage they can't sell. It's
Use
ridiculous.
it. You don't need to go buy another $2,000 of parts. The few people that were able to buy the $6,132.91 bundle would be the happy recipients of an already overpriced RTX 5090 Astral OC.
That's 33% more than it's supposed to be. God fucking damn it. They want you to buy this specific $700 motherboard. Like, bro, what? Like, they're freaking selling the things that, like, people, like, that probably don't care for. Like, here's the thing, like for a consumer chipset platform, if you're spending more than $300 to $400 on a motherboard, you're wasting your money for, like, 99.99% of people. Because, like, on these consumer chipsets, the only thing you get on these higher-end ones is, like, more overkill power phases and stuff that only, like, people that are doing, like, really ridiculous things, like, really ridiculous, crazy, extreme overclocking will give two shits about. But, like, the people doing that, they don't care if they fucking blow up their computer because they're sending, like, 10 times the amount of power through a chip and while pouring, you know, boiling liquid nitrogen on it. You know, constantly, just so they can go, haha, funny Cinebench world record run. That's basically what these boards are for. And, like, very few people buy them. And then that's why the pricing is, like, this high on some of these. They'll have, like, very overkill power stages. Like, you don't need an 18+2+2 power stage, like, for power delivery on a fucking Ryzen CPU. None of the Ryzen CPUs need this. Like, you don't even need, like, a third of this for most CPUs there. Like, a third of this power delivery stages. You don't. Like, if you run them at, like, regular, like, default stock thing, like, a fucking 6+2 power stage is probably more than enough for even, like, the 16-core chip. If you're running them at stock. This is for, like, ridiculous overkill. Yeah, you would rather get a bundle with store credit, yeah. Like, this is ridiculous. Because, like, yeah, like, nobody needs this. Except for, like, 5 people maybe on the planet that are gonna destroy it like after a few hours. Because like the people buying these boards will literally destroy the board after a few hours. And the thing will like get covered in like kneaded eraser and all this other crap. Because they're freaking chilling the computer so like at such an extreme degree that they're trying to stop condensation. Because the air would be thing. Like the air itself will be turning into water around it because of how cold it's gonna get. Like nobody needs this crap outside of those people, and that's why the freaking price of this shit is really insane, right? And the thing is, the people doing that, they don't care about the other extra features here with like the freaking random screen on the I/O shield and crap. They don't give a fuck about that or the RGB because the reality is they won't even see any of it. But like they put it on there to force those people doing that very niche thing to pay even more. And that's why you see like pricing like these on boards. Right? Like realistically, like even for like the X870E chipset, like most normal people shouldn't be spending more than $350. And like you'd only be buying the 870E if you needed the extra I/O for more expansion cards because you're putting more like M.2s, or you want the extra USB ports. Like that's why, right? Like that's typically what a reason why people would buy this one over like a B650 board. They need the extra I/O. Otherwise, it's like just get the cheaper like B650 board for like $200, not $700.
A $700 motherboard, a $260 power supply with 3 reviews, a $260 liquid cooler that is as loud as it is expensive and pointless,
Yeah.
a $1,200 monitor, and a handful of peripherals that Newegg will have to physically scrub.
And like the thing is too, right? Like the funny thing too, the actual CPUs you're putting in this, like something like what? Like something like this. This is Canadian dollars, man. 65 Canadian. You can sometimes find this cooler for like $50 Canadian. Right? Like this CPU cooler, you can get it for $50. This is in Canadian dollars, by the way. So like 40 US. This CPU cooler is literally more than enough to cool the most power-hungry CPU you can get on AM5. Right? Like the fucking $50 Canadian CPU cooler. This dual tower cooler. This is more than enough to cool the freaking to cool this thing, because the 9950X3D is not out yet. This thing runs harder than the regular non-3D one, but like it's enough to cool this CPU. As long as you're not doing overclocking on it, it's like more than enough. I literally use this exact CPU cooler. I use this exact one. I have this one in my my computer. Like you don't need a crazy CPU cooler. And it's also gonna be quieter than an AIO. You just get the big fans. You can run them at a slower RPM. They'll push more air through. And it's going to be quieter because you won't have a pump making noise to cool the thing as well on top of the fans. And like it's more than enough.
With an abrasive brush.
Yeah, you probably also don't care about their ROG keyboard.
Remove all the dust from since they don't sell any. The mouse has 13
like at this point, it's like I have no idea, man. It might even be easier to just buy a full computer with a 5090 in it than just buying a 5090 at this point. I have no idea. Like maybe in like a few months, if you're lucky, it's like ridiculous. Right? It's fucking
reviews
ridiculous.
since going on sale 4 years ago. Those are some rookie numbers. That's actually less than a drop in the ROG bucket compared to this Razer mouse with almost 700 reviews, and it went on sale 9 months after that one. The other peripherals are the same story. Look, someone can't get rid of this shit. It's either Newegg or it's the partners. So what they're doing is they're anchoring and attaching a bunch of other crap from the warehouse to a 5090 to try and force people to buy it. And it's going to work. And the reason we bring this up with so much energy is because this has happened before. The last time this happened that we reported on
Oh,
it,
yeah, the Gigabyte
was
power
bundling
supply that exploded.
its then exploding power supplies
Oh god, I remember that.
with highly desirable and out-of-stock GPUs.
Yeah, like,
If you
no,
want-
you should not be paying $6,000 for a 5090 if it's not coming in a full fucking computer. And like, it's just getting ridiculous what they're doing, man. Right? But like, yeah, you see these crazy bundles. 5090 with a chance of
But to
melting.
buy the GPU,
Yeah.
there was a very good chance you could get one if you bought an exploding power supply with it. That's going to be our new bundle that we sell on Newegg. It'll be a 5090 and the Gamers Nexus pipe.
And the
I was
game
told
is
like,
this
I
pipe
shouldn't
bomb.
say that.
Oh
YouTube
boy.
won't like it. So use your imagination.
The
Anyway, in the
Gigabyte
past,
pipe
one of the things that
bomb.
we reported on with the previous launch was that some
They-
of the
like-
retailers and the system integrators were telling us how board partners were holding inventory hostage to force attachment of other products they can't move. You take the desirable thing, and then you take the thing that has crusty dust that has started molding around the box and chewing through the cardboard, then you put them together, and you have one desirable product that makes a lot more money. The bundles
Yeah.
are a nightmare. They include
We're
often
reacting to the
unwanted
bundle-
items
the ridiculous
that can't be
bundle
opted
stuff.
out of, or more importantly, individually returned. Now, from the business perspective, we understand why. They don't want to sell a combo and then have someone return 5 of 6 items because they only wanted the one. Makes sense. The problem with this is if you happen to get a defective unit or something like that,
You gotta
or
send the
just
whole
like
thing
the Reddit
back.
post we looked at previously, someone accidentally buys 2 things in the order, you
Yep.
now end up in a situation where in order to get any of the money back, you have to return the whole thing, and there's no guarantee you get another video card after that. So in a
I
sense,
actually don't know, man. I have no idea. Because like I haven't like looked at buying a pre-built anything in like 15 years, I think at this point. I haven't looked. Like I haven't. Cause like I got in like before I was even into high school, man. I was like already looking into like just buying the stuff in pieces. I remember when I bought like my first SSD, it was like 120, it was a 120 gigabyte Kingston SSD. I was still in elementary school and the thing was like 100 something Canadian dollars for like a Kingston SSD. A long time ago. Like it was before I was even in high school. Like I was already looking at like buying like actual just drives and shit that way and stuff. I actually don't know. I don't really know his system integrators. Like, I guess, like, the main brand names that you think of, like, Main Gear and Origin and stuff like that, I guess. It's like, because once you're buying, like, the expensive shit, like, at that tier, it's like, their stuff isn't really a ripoff anymore. It's just that you have to also want them to, like, do whatever crazy other thing, too. But, like, you probably don't give a fuck about liquid cooling and stuff on there anyways. So, like, I don't know. I don't know what, like, system integrators to even think of, because I've, like, never, like, actually looked at that stuff.
an area where there's highly limited supply, you end up making a choice. And that shitty keyboard you got in order to buy the GPU, it's going to be better to go through RMA hell for 4.5 weeks, sending it to Asus all over the world to get it replaced, rather than return it through Newegg under the typical 30-day, basically no questions type of return window where it would just typically be refunded. Our favorite one, though, is this one. It's the MSI Power Pack. We're going to call it the MSI PP. MSI ran its PP bundle on its own web store. During the 23 milliseconds it
MSI
worked,
PP.
the Power Pack bundle had a Gaming Trio OC 5090 and a Meg AI 1600T PSU for $3,350. That's a power supply and a GPU for over $3,000. Two components.
Yeah, MSI
This
PP.
power supply is the most expensive ATX power supply sold directly by Newegg.
Like, here's the thing, man. Companies building these crazy high power draw servers aren't even buying power supplies like this. They aren't buying $700 ATX power supplies. They're buying like a different type of like redundant power supply that's probably gonna cost them like $400, $500 per unit. Not, and like they'll have like more power that you can send through them than this crap. Right? Like this is like how ridiculous this pricing is. For like this $700 power supply. Like companies like rolling out like servers and shit for like data centers. The individual power supply units they're putting in their machines that are gonna like draw even more power. You know, like they're even cheaper than this. Of course, obviously with those like redundant power supply stuff, they're buying multiple because they want this stuff to always be on, but that's a different thing.
Right now at $700, and it is forcefully attached to the 5090. Look, we get it. They can sell whatever they want. The common argument is you don't have to buy it, and that's true. You don't have to buy it, but this is targeting a very specific type of person.
That's a costly PP though,
FOMO
yep.
mentality where someone's sitting there on the site, they see it restock, and they go, this is my chance. I've been waiting for 3 weeks to get this thing, and it starts to become that almost sunk cost fallacy issue where it's, I'm in this so far, I camped out at Micro Center, I was there for like 6 hours, and I was 92nd in line, and I've been refreshing these sites, and now I finally caught one right when it landed, when it refreshed. It's $3,350 for a power supply and a GPU. I guess I'll just buy it. And that's sort of that's the type of person they're going for here. That's why the whole thing's just kind of gross. So what we're trying to do is just serve as that gut check where it's like, it's okay. You definitely should not buy these. These are atrociously bad value. The companies are aggressively profiting off of them. This is moving the margin really high compared to just the margin of a video card, especially a partner model card where by all accounts it's typically not that high margin. So functionally these bundles are FOMO laden tactics. They simultaneously put the customer...
Oh no, those are different though. And like, the thing is, the 5090s that they give to specific people like that, the review units, they have to send them back. A lot of them have to send it back. It's like they'll give it to them for a review, and then they have to send it back to them. They also have like a different marking on them. Because like they have to send them back and then they send it to someone else. Like they don't even get to keep that. They have like a special contract and shit that they have to deal with. And like they get it like temporarily on loan and then they have to send it back. So like the thing is, the people getting the other ones, they're basically with other 5090s that they can actually use. They're basically getting other units from different manufacturers. Because usually like those ones that they get sent, the initial batch, they have to send them back. Like it's not even that simple. Because like they don't even get to keep the 5090. Like I've seen some videos where people talked about reviewing it and they already mentioned they had to send theirs back. They don't have it anymore. Like they don't even get to keep it most of the time. Like they're like specially marked. Like it's the same thing with like the CPUs. Like the actual CPUs that they would get, right? Like when they get like Intel review CPUs or AMD ones, there's like an extra marking on the CPU that would say like confidential or something. Like you would see like the model number and everything, and then you'll see like a confidential thing in there. That's like they're specifically marked. That like for like those people to get. Sometimes though you end up finding them like especially like you look in like for when they send the stuff to some of the Chinese people. This shit's funny. If you ever look on like eBay or AliExpress and shit like that, you can find like Intel CPUs that were sent to those types of people that shouldn't be resold because Intel didn't take them back. And like you see people are selling them for like less than they're supposed to be. Like a lot less. Because it's technically not marked as a retail chip. Even though it might be the same. There are different types. There's like qualifying sample, engineering sample, and the other ones. It's the ones that they get sent. I believe they're called qualifying samples. Where it's like, it has all the final stuff as the regular retail thing. But it's not marked in the same batch as the retail stuff. For inventory and stuff like that. So it would go under like qualifying sample, I think is what it's called. But yeah, like they do shit like that. Like it's pretty common.
In a compromising position and then unload the dead, undesirable inventory of the party selling it. And we come back again to the exploding power supply situation with Gigabyte several years ago, where sometimes the inventory is so unwanted that it's dangerous. So that's great too. Now, some people will cave in, especially if there's no other listings available. That's what they're going for. But there's very little value to gain in a $700 power.
So like, the thing is with the 5080, right? If you can get one exactly at $1,000, right? $1,000 before taxes, sure. If you're going to spend more than $1,000 before taxes, no. Keep in mind though, the 5080 is slower than a 4090. It is a little bit slower than the 4090. It's almost as fast as the 4090, but it's still a little bit slower. At the same time though, with how like the actual performance difference between the 5080 and the 4080 Super, if you can get a 4080 Super for around, let's say, like $800 or less, you might as well get the 4080 Super instead. Like, even if you're, like, on the used market, but you'd have to be careful. Right? Like, that's kind of where all this stuff is. Right? It's, like, ridiculous. It is pretty ridiculous what's going on.
Like this one, you can get a best-in-class power supply for like $250, $300.
Yeah, exactly. Like the thing is, like for these types of power supplies that like you would be putting in, you could get a generally like the same type of power supply for about a third of what they're asking for this shit. Yeah, like that's kind of where it is, right? The 5080 is a little bit slower than the 4090. It's like I think it's like 5-10% slower than a 4090, but it is slower. The thing is though, used 4090s, I would avoid them because there's a lot of scams with 4090s because like there's this thing that like people are doing where like there are people like buying up 4090s, they're removing the GPU and all the memory chips, so they're desoldering all of that, and then they're shipping those chips to China. They're being sold to China, and then they're being used in all sorts of things. That's how they're getting around those restrictions and stuff to sell, because there was like an export ban to sell 4090s and shit to China. That's basically how those people are getting around it. They're literally taking apart the entire graphics card, parting all the pieces out, and then they get sent to China, and then there's another company on the other end that's reassembling everything. They're literally disassembling and reassembling. And here's the thing. They're not getting rid of the board, they're not getting rid of the cooler. So you have this scam where people are taking that and they're selling the board and the CPU cooler on eBay on the 4090s. And there's a ton of them out there. There's like actual scams of people selling 4090s because of how good they are still. And those export restrictions. They're doing that. So like, they're not only making money by selling the scalped individual pieces of a graphics card to China, they're then scamming other people too by selling them the fucking cooler as well. And you have that whole situation. So like with the 4090 and the 5090 especially, completely avoid, you know, like buying secondhand. I would completely avoid it, like just period ever. Like you should never buy them, because like the thing is at a high enough tier that people are willing to go to extreme lengths, even in China, to like get them, to get the actual chip so they can use it for whatever they need it for because of how performant they are. Because yeah, it's like literally the best thing you can get outside of like the other like workstation variant of those cards that use the exact same chip. But yeah, because like the thing is, technically speaking, in theory, you could take, let's say, get was let's say what was the thing called? Yeah, so like you know the Nvidia like A100, right? The actual die on there is almost identical to the actual chip in the 4090. I believe the 4090 is the A102. But like again, like the thing is, technically with enough weird trickery and stuff, you could trick it into being similar to like A100, a 4090, if you knew what you were doing. Because like the thing is, one of the main differences with those is that you can't do on a regular 4090 that you can do with the professional version of the chip. Outside of the professional one having more VRAM, right? They'll have more memory chips. Virtualization. So what can happen is when you're setting up virtual machines on your server, one of the things you can do on the professional card that you can't do on the consumer ones without tricking and hacking the drivers, because that's the thing some people do, is you can basically get your GPU and split it into multiple pieces. So you can have, let's say, one virtual machine. Instead of one virtual machine using one graphics card exclusively, you can have, let's say, like 10 virtual machines share one graphics card and like individual pieces of it. You can do that on the professional versions of the cards, but not the consumer ones. AMD does the same thing, by the way. They've been doing that ever since the Radeon 290, back in 2013. But before that, with like the 7970, the HD 7970, AMD wasn't doing that bullshittery there. So like the thing is, like, if you like the people who are like propping up AMD or whatever for not being as bad as Nvidia, they're completely out to lunch, because AMD copies a lot of the shit, especially a lot of the bad stuff that Nvidia's doing too. And like they will take whatever opportunity they can to take advantage of any shitty situation with GPU pricing and stuff as well. Like they've always been doing that. Which is why I'm like, the fuck, you guys are like crazy when I see these like weird people having their weird fanboy wars over their graphics card or whatever. Because the reality is, both companies will take advantage of you if they can. And they know they can. But yeah.
Dollars, but it's not all just combo deals. Rising prices the accompanying issue to continued lack of availability. We built this table focusing on the 5090s for now, showing only listings which have had a listed price. Many of these don't seem to have actually been available for sale yet, so their prices may still change. The most severe increase belongs to the most predictably severely increased brand, Asus, with their tough,
yeah,
traditionally a skew close to or
their buck set. Don't forget the buck
at
set.
MSRP. This has gone from $2,000 MSRP to $2,530 on Newegg, Best Buy, and the Asus online store. That's right, they increased it on their own store.
They increased it themselves.
A
Goddamn.
huge 26.5% increase, including for their first-party sales, that outstrips the recent 10% additional tariff on goods from China. Price increases from tariffs are usually more than just the tariff itself, due to the chain reaction of cost increasing throughout multiple parts of the supply chain. That said, this feels excessive and like a cash grab,
the ROG
but it's more
tax.
likely on Asus's head than the retailers.
Oh, sure,
Whether
we can
or
go
not
look
this
at
is
them.
an actual cost reaction is irrelevant. A consumer who are all we
This is Corsair one. Let's see this. The fuck is this pricing? Alright, we're gonna obviously filter out only for the 5090. Right, because you want the 5090. You obviously immediately remove all the Intel ones. Because the new Core Ultra stuff is even worse than their last gen. So then you have these two. What the fuck are they doing with this pricing here? What the hell are you buying? Let's see. 4 terabyte storage. How much are they charging for storage? Wait, no, you have to like buy all of the thing? You can't just choose to have less? Like, I get it, yeah, the 5090 versus the 5080, so that would be like, that would add $1,000. What the fuck are, like, how much are they marking this shit up? You can't even choose to get, like, a lower tier Windows 11. Or downgrade your RAM capacity. What the fuck? And they're all back ordered. Like, you can't even, like, this is so dumb, man. You can't even change what you pick. You can't even be like, I don't need 64 gigs of RAM. I can, like, use 32. Nope. You can't even go, maybe I only need 2 terabytes of storage. Nope. But yeah, so, like, difference in price. Let's say this one. It should be $1,000 for that thing. So it would have been 4,500. 4,500 would basically be if you could have all of this, but with a 5090 instead. Right? And they want you to have 6,000. 6,000, right? So they want $1,500 for 32 gigs of RAM. And another 2 terabyte SSD. That's fucking insane. Right? Cause, like, here's the thing with, like, with DDR5, right? PC part picker. We'll go on the US site. Let's say I was buying NVMe storage, right? So let's say I'm buying storage. 2 terabytes of storage. Let's say I'm getting a PCIe Gen 5 drive. You know, let's say we're getting the fastest SSDs we can buy. A 2 terabyte SSD, let's say we're buying from Corsair. It's probably this SSD, $230, right? They're basically making you buy 2 of them. Right? Okay. And then for memory, they want DDR4 6400. Not DDR4, DDR5. We're gonna go for... And, like, we can put the RGB. Like, we'll see how much they're ripping people off with that. Like, I'm actually really curious. This is Corsair, so it's Corsair here. It has to be 6400, because that's what they're selling. They don't even tell... What, do they tell us their timings? They don't even tell us what the timings are. They don't even tell us the timings. Do they just pick whatever they have lying around then? So you could technically get a slower DDR5 6400. Because they don't tell us the timings. But we're only gonna filter by DDR5 6400. Next, okay. So it's either this one for 64 gigabytes for $237, right? Wait, no, it has to be the RGB one, never mind. Wait, no, it's even cheaper, the RGB one. This is the RGB one here. Right? They're using this one, right? It looks like this. Right? We can see it in the picture. There's 2 sticks only. And it's the RGB one, right? It's specifically this one. Right? Because we're only comparing the differences. So this is $210, this stick of this kit. $210, 64 gigabytes of their Vengeance RGB DDR5, right? Now if we went to 32 gigabytes, which is the one on the 4080 model, that one is $97, right? $97 here, right? So what you're adding then? So we have 210 minus 97. That's 113, and then we add So let's just put the RGB RAM in here. And then we're adding $230 for the SSD. So what should have been maybe like $350 more, plus $1,000, right? Because the difference in price tier, right? Between the 5090 and the 5080. Right? Like, let's just say, like, you know, it'll be nice, so we'll just say $400 is what it should be. Like, they're fucking scalping here for that. Cause, if you get the SSD increase, right? You're supposed to be paying like $400 more, and they want you to pay $1,500 more. So they're basically scalping another $1,100. Well, I guess they changed the case, maybe? No, it doesn't even look like that. It's just this. Right, this is what they show here. It's not even the nicer looking case. Right, it's the same thing here, right? The nicer one was just the example when they showed when we were looking at the sticker memory. It's just this. And they want, they're literally scalping this by $1,100. That's insane. That is, like, actually insane. Right? Because, like, I understand, like, 5090 is supposed to be $1,000 more than a 5080. And then they're forcing you to buy the more memory and the extra SSD. But that should only be another $400 plus the $1,000. Not $6,000 versus $3,500. That's insane. That is, like, absolutely insane. And, like, that's the thing, right? Some of these system integrators now, they're like, they're even doing the scalping on that end too. It's crazy, man.
We care about here doesn't care why the price is what it is.
That is crazy.
The consumer only cares that the price is bad, and there's absolutely no value at that price. They also would care that the...
I guess that's technically better than buying a bucket of ROG crap. Because at least you still get a full computer, but like... That's just insane, man.
Price feels misrepresented versus the original. The next highest is the MSI Ventus 3X OC, which increased 18% in price by going from $2,200 to $2,600 in a few places, and $40 more than that on Newegg, just to add insult to injury. The MSI Vanguard SoC Launch Edition is next, now sitting between $2,700 and $2,750. Cards that follow after those include the MSI Suprim Liquid SoC at Best Buy for $2,830. It's one way to interpret Best Buy. That's a 13.2% increase. The Gigabyte Gaming OC at Best Buy is $2,650, a 12.77% increase. And the Asus Astral at B&H is $3,080, a 12% increase, but really, honestly, it's not worth what it was originally either. Notably, none of the PNY listings have had their prices increased.
Maybe you can find a different system builder with a 5090.
Variety of 5090s at the various
because,
retailers.
like, the Corsair one is ridiculous.
Again, though, this could change once stock actually comes in. Let's take a step back for some perspective. Last generation, the Asus ROG Strix OC RTX 4090 sold for $2,000. Everyone understood that Asus was charging the hefty premium. That's $400 over the base $1,600 price for a 4090 back in the day, which makes it a 25% increase. 41 of the 49 5090s that we tracked are currently at a 25% increase over the base $2,000 MSRP or higher. The Asus ROG Astral OC LC, or liquid cooled, is priced at a completely unconscionable $3,410 on the Asus online store. That positions it as a staggering 70.5% more expensive than a $2,000 option, like the Founders Edition. Even the old Kingpin RTX 2080 Ti was priced at $1,900, which was a $700 bump.
And, like, the thing is, back when, like, EVJ did these Kingpin cards, Kingpin himself would literally, like, be in your DMs and shit. And go, like, help you out with stuff if you had issues. for people buying like the special Kingpin edition stuff. The guy who called himself Kingpin. Yeah.
Or a 58%
Like, it's fucking ridiculous.
increase over MSRP. The percentage increase was lower for an actual XOC card, where the guy whose name is on the card would personally help you if you messaged him.
Yeah.
That was for all customers of it. The Astral is a poser solution with more.
Like, yeah, like the Kingpin though, like, yeah, that was like one of the reason why like the special Kingpin lines, because they would have like special Kingpin editions of cards. It's one of the reasons why like EVJ's like customer support stuff and stuff like that in the past, they had a legendary reputation. Because like if you ever had to deal with the process with EVJ back in the day, if your card died or something, like it was something else. And you could get even like more special treatment if you bought like their Kingpin editions. Like, because if you don't know who Kingpin is, remember how I mentioned the thing earlier about the crazy people who do weird ass overkill, crazy overclocking stuff? Kingpin, the guy who called himself Kingpin, is one of those people that is like very infamous at like setting a bunch of world records and stuff in the past. And doing like the crazy overclocking stuff and like that and stuff like that. And he would partner with EVGA to like make a special edition of cards under his like with his branding and stuff. And that's how you got the Kingpin editions and stuff like that. But ever since EVGA stopped making graphics cards, obviously there hasn't been a Kingpin edition card since. The 3090 was the last time they had one.
Guide Rails doesn't do the same thing that the OC cards did back then, and is way overpriced. The $3,080 air-cooled Astrals come in at 54% over $2,000, equivalent to, again, the increase we saw in the overbuilt, liquid-cooled, fully unlocked, and personally supported by Kingpin 2080 Ti that we just mentioned. That clearly plants Asus as the front-runner in gross margin. That's gross as in disgusting in this case. MSI and Gigabyte have the majority of 5090s that they sell, and a 30 to 40% increase
because
over
it is
$2,000
disgusting.
range. Somehow, Asus has made this look reasonable. Zotac and PNY are generally on the more reasonable end of things by the way this looks. Only 3 listings are currently marked at $2,000 though. There's a PNY card at Best Buy, an MSI Ventus 3X at Newegg, and the Founders Edition at Best Buy, of course. But as someone who reviewed the legendary 1080 Ti's, lots of them back when they launched, I remember the ones that were way too expensive being $750 to $800.
Yeah, cause like, yeah, that was something, man. When the expensive 1080 Ti's, this was like 8 years ago, were like $780 US. Because like the regular 1080 Ti was like $600 or something.
So the $800 ones would have been a 14% increase in price. And I remember writing reviews where we railed against $800 or $815
Yeah,
cards
back in my day,
because they were just too much of a percentage.
Back in my day, the top-end consumer-facing card wasn't even $1,000, man. Like, it wasn't, man. 80 Ti class cards, they were like $600. $600, $700 back in my day. Now, not even the 70 Ti is that, yeah. Now, like, the fucking 5070 Ti, they want to sell it for how much? I think it was like $800 or something is MSRP for the 5070 Ti. That used to be, that's even more than like a 1080 Ti was. Yeah, they all come from China, and that's when you gotta be even more suspicious.
Increase
Because of
proportionally.
what I've like already told you about the 4090s on the used market and stuff, and what's going on. Like the 4090 and the 5090 are GPUs you have to be extremely skeptical if you ever want to buy it from a third-party reseller. Like you literally like you should never ever consider buying a 4090 or a 5090 from a third-party reseller unless you can literally hold it in your hand and test it yourself before you pay and take it. Unless you can actually check to make sure it's working yourself. You should never.
And apparently, I mean, that's pretty good looking at today. The scalper market is the craziest. Confirmed
Yep.
sales of not just actual cards, but sales of confirmed orders of cards to be rerouted are selling from $4,800 at the lower end to an astonishing $9,500. There was even a 5090 Astral listed from a third-party seller on Amazon for $9,999.
Not even free shipping.
And shipping isn't even free. That's an extra $7.99. At some point,
Why did he censor the seller, man? They should have just let everyone see the fucking seller.
it's just rude. But
So they can
scalpers
do
are a known
whatever
quantity.
if they
we
want to.
contacted B&H Photo, which is a retailer. We actually buy most of our camera equipment from them, and we did so as a customer using live.
Damn. Yeah, I'm not super surprised because the 1080 Ti is literally 8 years old. And like, literally like a 3070 or even a 3060 might be faster. But like, the 1080 Ti is literally 8 years old, almost 9 years now. Right? It's like 9 years old, the 1080 Ti. It makes sense. It's a very old
we
card
asked how we
now.
could purchase a 5090. The first response from B&H said, quote, "No, unfortunately, due to very high demand and extremely limited availability, we're unable to accept orders currently. Please click on the Notify When Available button and register your email address. As inventory becomes available, customers will be notified and given an opportunity to make a purchase with a limited time." We asked B&H if they had received any 5090s at all yet, now weeks after launch. B&H said this, quote, "Not yet. We're still waiting on information, but remember, sales invitations will be sent out, so we may not even see them come in." End quote. This was a few days ago. Maybe things have changed since then, but that's still late availability. To say not yet weeks after launch is concerning for a major retailer.
Yep.
We told B&H we'd keep waiting. B&H then simply replied, quote, "We all are. No problem." Even the retailers are frustrated at this, or at least some of them are. The ones who aren't selling buck sets of Asus ROG or whatever.
Yeah, buck
but
sets.
B&H, we want to just briefly give them credit for sticking to a queue system for its allocation. From what we can tell, it's kind of like a spiritual successor to what EVGA was doing. What EVGA was doing during the first like really major GPU shortage with its own system, when demand was high with the 30 series, seemed pretty well liked. See it referenced a lot lately. So B&H is kind of doing.
So maybe you can at least try and do that. Try and see if you can get into like the freaking wait list to buy one. If you can't find a not super ridiculous system integrator selling one in a full machine, if you were gonna do that. Because it's like really ridiculous. Like the lengths things are going to like scalp these. Right? Like it's insane.
Doing that, and yeah, they sell camera equipment, they sell production equipment. We buy from them whenever we can because they're kind of like a focused retailer, but it seems like this is one of the better things that they could be doing. It also seems like they are likewise frustrated with the supply. Anyway, most of the NVIDIA 40 series is gone from retail. The 50 series is unobtainable vapor or yet to launch. And the 10% of buyers who are willing to give AMD Radeon a chance, and yes, statistically that is about the percentage that it is, so you can leave your need for validation and how you're a huge AMD supporter below,
Yep.
while I will defer to my favorite clip from the late Gordon Ma'an.
Internet, you will disagree, you will piss and moan in the comments all day.
Yep.
You will cry about it, scream about it, go on Twitter and Reddit, no, and then you go to buy your NVIDIA card. And the internet,
Yep.
because I know you right now, is like, yeah.
They're buffing units because the sales tanked for reruns? Yeah, I'm not
It's like, I
surprised,
don't
man.
care about
Because the thing is, here's the thing with reruns in some of these games. And kind of the problem with a lot of these gachas, right? If you want, like, the thing is, the people that are crazy on whaling, they're doing it to buy power. And if you can't sell them on their power level because they're too weak, you basically have to do that to get people to buy it. If you can't sell them purely out of cosmetic value, at some point, once they really figure this stuff out, the people who are the ones that would be whaling are not gonna fucking whale unless you make them stronger. And then the whole thing keeps feeding back into an even worse cycle of power creep the more they do it. Because then they have to do the next thing to be stronger than that thing, and it accelerates it even further. That's just one of the side effects there.
Value, F you, NVIDIA. What's up with the prices?
So it's like, it's not super pricing.
And he was right. That statement remains
Right,
like
it's
a
not
global
super
constant.
surprising.
It will remain right until AMD can have its Zen moment, I guess. But for the 10% of people who are willing to give Radeon a chance, they don't yet know if AMD is going to somehow manage to screw up the 9000 series launch.
There's already the leaked rumor pricing on them too.
Even the Intel Arc B580, a lot of the time
Which is ridiculous.
is available only way above MSRP. And even some of the first-party ones that are from board partners are actually sold for like $400+, which is insane. You
Yep.
should not spend that money on a B580. But it's just an awful time to buy a GPU. And like I said in the beginning, so the full transparency to this was the sort of self-awareness of, are we providing some kind of special insight? No, not really. This is not like a testing video where we have some kind of exclusive access to things and all of this equipment and whatever. This is us looking at the situation, and we've been trying to buy cards for testing as well through retail channels. And it's looking at it, and it's going,
Like I told you, right? Like, the thing is, like I said before, right? The YouTubers getting those graphics cards, like you hear him even say he's trying to buy cards too, so he can test them. Because after the review stuff, there's like, after the review embargo, stuff like that, and then they have to go through, they have to send them back. They don't get to keep the cards. They have to send them back. Right? Like, this guy, like, he has, like, what? 2.4 million subscribers? He has to send back his 5090, 5080 and stuff like that after he did the initial thing. So he has to go and buy a different one if he wants to keep doing more testing.
yeah,
That's like the norm.
this sucks. And that's
With these
about all
channels
there
and
is
stuff.
to it. Yeah, sometimes
They
there's
end
not a
up
lot
buying the thing
to
as
really
well.
be gleaned from it or gained.
They just get to look at it early.
I guess if there's a takeaway we would like to encourage, it's that sort of reminder of try not to get FOMO'd into it, where we say this in all of our major reviews, where for people who, there's sort of a small group of people who truly sort of quote unquote need to upgrade. A lot of times it's people who make money from the card, from their computer, or it's just people who are on really old hardware and it's an escape for you. You want to upgrade, you want to build a new computer because it's fun, it's a good hobby, it's an escape from day to day, whatever that is for you, and all of those are great reasons for it. But the thing we'd caution against is just getting ripped off in an opportunistic way. So in the meantime, there are other options. You can go used, you can try to stretch the life out of the card, and just sort of that reality check of when we look at the charts, a lot of the times, it's like the cards that are a couple generations old, they're still holding on pretty damn well in a lot of scenarios. So yeah, they struggle in some of the high-end, super modern games. As much as it sucks, just don't get pulled into the bullshit conditions right now. So don't buy the buck set of Acer's ROG. At least not until they can spell it properly. I mean, come on. You're gonna charge me like $6 grand? You can't even slow down enough to spell it right? Really?
Yep.
That's just insulting. So anyway, I don't know. That's it for this one. We'll, I'm sure, have plenty more to say. It's absurd. It's just a completely absurd situation right now. So that's it. Thanks for watching. Subscribe for more. If you want to watch something that is encouraging.
Yeah, like that's the GPU market, man. It is extremely fucked up. Right? The fact that they're like doing that type of stuff too to scalp with other crap that they can't sell. It is ridiculous. And then even like Corsair, you see what they're doing. You gotta wait, yeah. Try to like put yourself in all those wait lists to go buy them. And try to see what happens, man. And if you see one that's at least reasonable, to go take it then. But you gotta put yourself in line now. Because it's ridiculous. Right? Like, it is absolutely ridiculous. Alright, what else was I sent? Oh, wait, we got new Gacha Enjoyer video, guys. New Gacha Enjoyer. Let's go.
Wuthering Waves have released their latest filler patch for about a week now,
boy.
and you might wonder, how is it doing? Today, we shall take a look at the community consensus that is reflected by numbers. No opinions, no bias. We will first analyze the ads that they are spamming for this patch and compare it to industry standards. We can filter only the current active ads in the month of February
Okay.
and compile them. Once again, Wuthering Waves has achieved the #1 top spammer of
460 ads, goddamn. Here's the funny part, man. You can combine some of these. And like they still would have more.
ads. This is also more than the amount they spammed for Camellia. All this just for a filler patch, by the way. Also, the community seems to be gloating about the January PlayStation Player's Choice Award, so let's take a look at the 2.1 launch performance, shall we? Let's start
And in January, and then what did you have in January, man? They already went through all like the big releases that people are thinking of the month prior. January is usually a dead month.
with the best region for Wuthering Waves,
So it's like
according to the CEO
not really that
himself,
hard.
Korea.
Oh,
What about the second largest market for
they're losing the fucking old ass MMO Terra, imagine. HSR beating them, ZZZ beating them, eFootball beating them, Genshin beating them. Look at that.
What about the second largest market for gacha games, Japan?
Again, all of these beating them. There they are.
Didn't Wuwa earn an award in Taiwan based on popularity poll?
Okay.
Maybe the US is doing good since all the Kuro slaves are there.
Nope.
How about the UK then, since the Kuro slaves there are so loud?
Nope.
What about in China since apparently Wuthering Waves is so popular there? Oops, never mind.
I don't actually. I have. With JP pricing, you would have to do it that way. What I actually do instead on Steam is this is what I do. So like, I go to All Key Shop, I look up the game I want to buy. Let's say I wanted to buy, I don't know, Trails through Daybreak 2. Right? I look up the game, and then I can see where I can get the pricing and wherever. Right? And then I would just, like, look from here. I would, like, just search up everything. I change this to USD first. Right? So, like, I can see the pricing. Sometimes I can get games for cheaper. Let's say I wanted to get a key for, like, I don't know. Let's say I wanted to get, something like, let's say Sonic X Shadow Generations. And then I can see where I can buy the keys. That's the deluxe upgrade, whatever. We ignore that. And I can get it for cheaper. Cheapest price is on this key site. And then I would just go here. I can see all the things, the pricing to compare to. And if I want to buy it, I would just click on that, and then I would go buy it. Alright, so let's say you want Dead or Alive Venus. Let's look it up. Oh, we'll just go look it up. Interesting. Oh, okay then. Is it really only in Japan? Oh, All Key Shop has it. Maybe. Or not. I guess not. Never mind. They don't have it. Oh, wait, it's not released yet. There's no listing here, it's not released yet. I guess we have to check back after it's released, and then we can see. Right? I have a link here. You can. I'll just give you a link. The thing to see if you can find it later. I'll just send it to you. The link. But yeah. Let me send it to you. Yeah, they have a multi-language physical on PS5. Ah. Yeah, the thing is, it's more than that, because you would have, it's not even just that. You would have to have, like an account of that region. So, like, you would have to make another Steam account of that region. So that you can have payment work for that, not just a VPN. The VPN thing doesn't work. Like, with Steam to buy from another region, your Steam account has to be set in that region. On top of just having the VPN. And the thing is, you would also need to have a payment thing that would work with that. So, like, it's a lot harder. You can't just use a VPN anymore, unfortunately. That thing stopped working a couple years ago. It's part of why instead I just use All Key Shop and buy keys instead. I just buy keys for my games on Steam instead most of the time now. I almost never buy a game directly on Steam. I just buy a key. Because it ends up being cheaper. Because then I can buy it from another region. But they don't always just sell the keys that way. But like, honestly, if you want to get the PS5 version, just get the multi-language physical. You won't get mod support. You won't be able to mod it though if someone makes mods for it. That's the downside too.
Wuthering Waves isn't even on Chinese PlayStation. In that case, we shall invite a former finance expert to analyze the performance of Wuthering Waves
former
in China.
finance, sure.
People are shitting on the... There's a quest with some, like, masked person. Apparently it's annoying as fuck.
Okay.
Masked man on the island. Too annoying. This is shitting on the new endgame. Weewa. New Abyss really has to be optimized. People, it's tiring to play. What is this shit mode? Wow, no one's happy about the new endgame. I mean, people are really doom posting the fucking game right now on CN for some reason. They released this video, and then people are like, everyone is like shitting on the story, shitting on the animations, shitting on the fucking, I don't know, man. It's just, I don't. CN is not happy. It's really rare to see like the top voted comments under Bilibili be negative. It used to be just all blazing. Everyone is not, like, nobody's happy here. 6 points for the vault, 6.5 for fishing. No climax, process is just boiled water, repetition is high. Main line. Plot of the event is flat. Some people begin to worry about future plot. Next time you do this kind of activity, don't bind the plot to the highlight. Like, plot is going to be criticized, both animation is bad, blah, blah. It's just, everybody is not happy.
What is this, 1.2 speed? I'm playing at 1.0
People
speed.
shitting on the end game event.
They live long enough, yeah.
Like, in general, everyone is negative this patch. It's not about the fishing. It's more, it's like, it's the bad story presentation, and then the end game mode changes.
Yep.
HSR 83, Wuwa 105, Zenless Zone 0 is still lower, right? Where is ZZZ?
No, it's higher.
Wait, ZZZ is on top of Wuwa.
Damn.
What? So Wuwa dropped faster, and ZZZ is not running ads. That is fucking tragic. Yeah, they released their banner a day earlier than Wuwa.
Damn.
Like, this patch was a look at the slope difference. Not looking good. This is not looking good for Withering Waves, man. They're withering way too fast right now.
Withering.
Like, compare the slope. It fucking died. This is a half banner too. And then compared to this one, this was 2.0 launch. And then you compare to this, these are similar, but the slope is like slightly worse. As you can see, it's like slowly converging. This was the December rerun where it had nothing happened in December.
Yeah.
This is so basically 2.1 is doing as bad as the half patch in terms of drop speed.
And then it falls completely off the track at that point.
I don't know. Like, honestly, I feel like 2.1 It was filler content, 100%.
I mean, they know
But, like,
exactly what their
CN
customer
community
wants,
really,
at
really
least.
all shitting on the story this patch. And then the endgame, the new endgame mode, also bad. I guess public opinion was also just not good this patch.
Very good analysis. Overall, Wuthering Waves 2.1 is a huge disappointment. Kura spammed the most number of ads, overhyping a filler patch, and the community is dropping the game like flies. What is left of the community are desperate content creators trying to get people to play this trash game. Absolutely pathetic.
But what are they gonna do when they're in there? Like, that's the thing they forget. There is no game. All the thumbnails, damn. The thumbnails. Okay, what else did they send? What else did people send me? Hoyoverse is becoming too greedy. What is this?
So I've noticed that recently Hoyoverse has been taking a different approach to the way they handle their monetization, and while it has been brewing for a long time, just recently it has seemed they might be going a little too far with it. So I wanted to make a video about it. This is my first video in this style, so I want to know what you guys think about it. Before we start, I need to lay out what type of player I am. I am max level in both Honkai Star Rail and Genshin Impact. I have completed all the endgame. I typically pull just a character and sometimes their weapon. I have a few dupes of some characters, and I have one C6, that being Hu Tao. I buy the Welkin and the Battle Pass in both games, but I've recently stopped buying the Battle Pass in Genshin because I just don't really need it anymore. I'm not against spending money in any of these games, but over time I felt the want to do so much less unless I really like that character, and watching Hoyoverse get a lot more daring with their monetization over time has made that a lot worse.
Okay. Part 1, sure.
Now I'll admit, I really do think Honkai Star Rail did start out as a generous game. They gave out a lot of pulls on launch, much more than Genshin Impact.
Okay. But I feel like, again, like the way they track all this stuff, they're really stretching it, man. On how they count the pulls. It feels like a lot of the time when I see it, and then I see the fucking breakdown analysis of everything, of where you get the pulls from, it feels like an extreme stretch. Where, like, it's unrealistic to expect that, the exact number that these guys are putting in there. Like, it does feel heavily exaggerated either way, but okay.
And how a lot of people were very happy about that. In the first few months of the
I mean, like, yeah, but then, like, that's the norm for a lot of these gachas. They start out, they give you a bunch of pulls, so that they can get you in the habit of constantly pulling. And if they get you hooked on that, you know, that they go from there. They slowly take it away from you. They take it all away from you, and you get significantly less, and you move on from there. Right? But they do that on purpose, obviously. Because then they're gonna, again, it's like one of the ways they try to incentivize you to, you know, to swipe.
The game, you didn't have to pull light cones since they were nothing but stat boosts. The only thing you had to worry about was getting some elemental coverage, which doesn't really matter anymore. You could have fun running your Dill and Fall of an Aeon and still clearing with no issues. And Honkai Star Rail appeared even more generous with the release of Dr. Ratio, who is completely free and didn't require you to pull him at all. He was also the beginning of the famous Genshin can never meme, which in hindsight was kind of stupid, but it was also kind of correct, because to this day, we have never gotten a free limited 5-star in Genshin Impact. Anyways, this generosity seemed to slow down a lot with the release of Penacony and especially Acheron in 2.1. If you were to ask me what character I thought was the most harmful to Honkai Star Rail's game state, Acheron would be my answer 99% of the time. I could honestly probably make a whole video about her impact on the game alone. Not only did she kick off the insane damage bloat, but she also had a very, very broken light cone. Now if you don't know, Acheron really likes debuffs. Her team needs to get 9 of them so she can launch a very powerful ultimate, the bulk of her damage. Her light cone gives 2 stacks on her ult instead of 1, along with a big damage boost and crit damage. It is probably the single biggest jump between S0 and S1 in the game. The reason I have such an issue with this light cone, as well as a few other light cones, is because it locks her ability to use her kit behind it. If we look at older units, most of them did not do that, they simply gave stat bonuses instead. Look at Jing Yuan's light cone. It gives an insane amount of stats and is a pretty universal option for a lot of Erudition characters.
I don't play HSR, so like, none of that matters to me.
But Acheron's light cone is game changing. This is very much a situation of creating the problem and selling you the solution. If they're going to do this, why don't they just make the weapon banner guaranteed? Money! I don't see the issue.
He's still gonna play it every day. Exactly. It's like, the thing is, If you keep logging in and dealing with it as well, if you're not happy with it, they're still going to keep doing it. Right? Like, you're just letting them do it. Here's what you do. You just stop. If you really don't want it, just stop. But they won't. These guys are clowns, man.
With that, if they want to make light cones borderline required for certain units. And I don't think this would lose them money either. If anything, I wouldn't be surprised if it actually increased player spending, because then they would have the security knowing they can get the weapon with no drawbacks. Wuthering Waves already has it and everybody loves it, so I don't really see why they don't do it here. Another problem is now they're trying to sell you the character and light cone package, and or the entire team comp instead of just the character. You wanted to play Break? Well, you need to get Ronmei and Firefly, who are both running at the same time. You wanted to play Follow Up? Hopefully you have enough for Fei Xiao and Robin, because they're both running at the same time or right after each other. Maybe if I wasn't greedy and stupid, it wouldn't be an issue.
Like, the reality is, like, the more you enable them, the more you buy into what the crap that they're doing, the more they're just gonna keep doing it. This is also how we ended up slowly getting GPU prices being what they are. Like, keep in mind, if we went back to, like, 2016 pricing of stuff, the 5090 would maybe be $1,000 at most, or probably like $700. Right? If we ignore the tariffs and stuff like that, if we had stuff priced accordingly to how they were, 8 years ago, it'd probably be like $700, $800 for a 5090, not $2,000, and then being scalped to Kingdom Come after the fact. Right? Like, that was the way things were back then versus now. Right? Like, even then, like, the 2080, right? The RTX 2080 Ti, right? 2080 Ti, that's his, 2018 GPU, I think? 2018 or 2019, I don't remember. That one was like, what? Like, $800 or something?
But while I am glad the reruns are faster now, it's kind of a bit much. Personally, I would have liked it if we just got the one set of 3 like we did back in 2.5. But when you have 8 characters running in one patch, including 2...
8 characters rerunning one patch? Oh, that's nothing, man. Alright, we go pull up top. How many reruns do we got right now? They rerun everything of the same element. Always. But then when in altered releases, we get, look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 reruns, guys. We got 17 reruns. Who cares? Who cares how many reruns they're doing, man? It don't matter.
2 new characters, and still not being given enough J's to even guarantee one is,
Well, yeah. They know they don't have to, and the people will keep doing this shit anyways. They all know this. All these games know this. They do it on purpose.
I don't know about that. And not to mention the power creep, where your characters fall to irrelevancy very quickly. This game's generosity is a facade. Think about it like this. If your game gives out 150 pulls, but you need 150 of them to keep out the end game, then are you really generous?
And, like, here's the thing. I've said it before. What's even the point of doing the endgame? What do you get for doing the endgame and getting the max rewards? A shitty amount of extra premium currency? You pull... If you have to keep pulling to keep up with it, and your reward output is not gonna match what you're spending to get in, if that's why you're pulling, you're wasting your fucking time. There's no reason to actually be doing them at all. Especially with these single-player games. It's stupid. Like, that's the thing. If you're getting a shitty amount of premium currency back, stop doing it. Not pull the next character, just stop. Don't even interact with the content.
And I feel like
But of course, these guys are too dumb to figure that out.
recently in 3.0, all
Right? Like, how much is 150 pulls, for example, right? 150 pulls times 160 of the premium currency. Is the endgame content that he's talking about clearing that you have to keep up with giving this amount of premium currency for clearing it? If it's not, then it's not worth doing it. And that would be just to break even. Right? Like this 24,000 here.
All this came around together in one big pile of dog shit. Every character rerunning was meta, except for Silverwolf, probably because Hoya fucking hates her. The Herda is another example of blatant power creep, so yay. I'm sure she will require her light cone by the time her rerun comes around. Then we got Aglia. She's a very good character. I even zero cycled with her. Now I can impress my 21.7% female viewer ratio. She wants Sunday.
They don't
That's
care.
understandable. But what I have a problem with is her E1. Her E1 gives her 20 energy on hit, and she wants all the energy she can get. She still works without it, but I hate it when they lock what should have been in their base kit behind Eidolons. What Eidolons and Constellations should be is quality of life features and just damage increases, not removing the bullshit that Hoyoverse puts into their kit on purpose.
Yeah, except they've been doing this since forever. They've literally been doing that in Genshin since the beginning. You look at, let's go all the way back, right? Let's say we go look at Honey Hunter, whatever. Let's go look at an old Genshin character. Let's say the first update character, right? Character. Let's say we go look at as early as what? We go switch this to Hydro, right? For the example... Yeah, Tartaglia, right? What they put in here. Like, you look at his constellations. Look at they put in that you spend $2,000, man. They give you the ability to reset your fucking cooldown. On his ultimate, right there. If you actually wanted to use it for more than a few seconds. They put these cool... This is not like actual damage boost that they're selling here. This is fucking the ability to actually play the character. They were doing that as early as 1.1 in Genshin. Like, bruh, what? They're having their crazy surprise Pikachu face now? Or freaking Zhongli, what they do as well. Like, they had something on... They fucking put the thing to upgrade their shield thing here. It's all the way over, what was it? Over here. C2 right there. To have a second dildo pop up, you need C1 for the second dildo. And then the shield when you use his ult is on C2. They were doing shit like that all the way back then, man. Why are they having crazy surprise Pikachu face now? Pega people, man.
It once again feels like yet another example of creating the problem and selling the solution.
Yeah, they've been doing that for a long ass time.
And another issue I've noticed is a lack of viable 4-stars. We have very few 4-stars that are actually good and used often. Out of the 20 plus 4-stars in the game, I can count the good ones on one hand, and that is a problem when 4-stars make up 34% of the roster. At least in Genshin, you have characters like Bennett and Xingqiu who are still amazing to this day.
Yeah, here's the thing though. These two are the exception, not the rule. You look at the newer... Do people even use the newer Genshin 4-stars? I get it that people will still use these two, but do people use the newer ones?
Okay, but there's nothing like that in Star Rail. And I...
Like, that's the thing, right? This guy says he plays it regularly, but his only example were two mistakes they made 4.5 years ago. Because, like, yeah, the reality is, fucking Bennett as a main DPS even does more damage than a fucking Diluc. Who is a 5-star back in 1.0. Keep that in mind. Alright, like... They had, like, really Pepega on balancing and set up stuff back then. And people didn't understand how to play the game. They didn't know what the fuck they were doing and everything. Right? He's comparing to that. That's where, like, that's why this shit's also Pega.
I can feel it when there's a grand total of one 4-star.
And then people like St. Tondas wants guaranteed dupe copy. So the characters are released half-baked and get dupes to make the character whole again. Yeah, these people are ridiculous, man. They don't, like, you asked for this. And then you realize, like, they don't realize what they can do with it after the fact. you're just creating more potential problems for them to sell you the solution to. Right? It's not even selling a solution, it's more like selling a band-aid. It's not even a solution anymore, it's a band-aid because the solution, it's technically not solved. They just created a problem, they're selling a band-aid separately. Right? A solution would be them, not having the problem in the first place. Actually removing the problem. The problem is still there, you're just buying a band-aid now. Or a crutch, or whatever you want to call it. That's what these guys need to realize, that they don't.
Or I use on a daily basis. And the 4-star problem is amplified even farther when you realize that we only got 2 new banner 4-stars in all of 2024. And we have no new Amphore's 4-star in the drip marketing as of now. Meaning that the earliest our next 4-star could be is around 5.3, which is around June.
And here's the other thing too, I'm why the fuck do you care about 4-star characters? They're always going to be shit by comparison. And mathematically, you have a lower chance of getting the 4-star than you have getting the 5-star. Because the 4-star on the Genshin banners are never guaranteed. Right? Because what? It's within every 10 pull you'll get either a 4-star or a 5-star character, right? On within every 10 pulls. The thing is, on the 4-stars there, they have 3 4-stars right up. And they share the same chance. So you're never guaranteed anything, and you're actually less likely to get a specific one out of the 3. Even after you pull enough to guarantee a 5-star character, you still have a lower actual probability of actually getting the hit you want. Because the reality is, it's not that, oh, I'll just roll 30 times, I'll get it. Because unfortunately, that's not how it works. You're not getting a 33.3 plus 33.3 plus 33.3% chance increase every single time. You're getting your chance on every guaranteed 4-star drop is always going to be that 33.33%. No matter how many times you roll, it's always going to be that, and that's going to be split on the actual probability of you getting a 4-star. You're actually less likely to get the fucking 4-star. That's just the actual math behind it all. And then, yeah, sure, they're technically cheaper to max out, in theory, if you get lucky. Because you have a higher chance of getting luckier for that. It's just that if it's, for a lot of them, I remember for, later Genshin 4-stars, you basically needed, C6 on them to be usable. Back when I still played it, I remember, all the newer ones were just complete crap, unless you got, a bunch. But, by the time you pulled, the 4-star at C6, you probably got 3 or 4 copies of the 5-star already. By the time you got to there. So it's what even was the point? I would rather these games just not make those 4-star type things at all. If that's just gonna be how they treat them.
That's bad. So now it's not only a problem with the lack of viable 4-stars, but it's also a problem with not having any new 4-stars. Look at this selector. Yeah, this shit is so ass. These are just some of the reasons why I kind of don't like pulling for newer characters much anymore, because then I know that if I don't get everything for them, and there's no 4-star replacement, then put me in the corner of a hotel room and call me Sneeko because I am getting cucked. But as greedy as Honkai Star Rail is becoming, I don't think it's as bad as Genshin Impact.
Yeah, the Genshin anime I like it forever,
That's right, Genshin, you aren't safe for me. I've noticed ever since the beginning of Natlan, they've been getting pretty bold with their monetization. But that doesn't mean it wasn't there before. There was a weapon banner not having weapon charting. Luckily, we did get it fixed. Hail Tectone! There's also characters like Hu Tao who really wants her C1. Trust me, I've played C0 and C1,
and you have characters in Genshin that fucking want their C6. It's not surprising.
Yeah, C1
at
does
all.
make her a lot easier to play. But as the game aged, things started to change. Throughout Fontaine, we got characters like Risley who really do like a C1. But Natlan, oh boy. Natlan brought it to a whole new level. They made pretty much every Natlan unit insane for exploration, but only in Natlan. So unless you want to use your Shalom and roller skates for a grand total of 3 seconds, you aren't going anywhere outside of Natlan. But if you do want to use them for exploration outside of Natlan, then you need to shell out another $300 because a lot of the Natlan characters have their night slow usage reduced outside of combat in their C1s, meaning more exploration. They also added the new Night Soul mechanics of all of the characters. With that, you
Yep.
really want to play Natlan News in order to take full advantage of the Hero of Cinder City set. I won't go into too much detail about all the
Okay.
characters, otherwise this video would be way too long, but there's one character in specific that made this all just feel so much worse. And that character is none other than the Archon of the region herself, Mavwika. I don't like Mavwika's kit. Now, typically Archons will take advantage of the unique mechanics that they bring in their region. Think of Nahida with Dendro or Farina with the HP drain. And Mavwika is no exception to this. But the issue here is that Mavwika is a DPS. She can work as a sub DPS support, but main DPS is where she shines. Meaning that the team is made to support her. Mavwika needs stacks of Fighting Spirit in order to launch her burst nuke.
Okay.
And Fighting Spirit charges faster using Night Soul points. This means that she requires Natlan use in order to fully function properly. She works okay without them, but she heavily wants them. Mavwika is a lot like a shonen protagonist. While she might be kind of strong on her own, when she gets the power of friendship on her side, she becomes unbeatable. This is basically the equivalent of if Farina's buffs only worked on Fontaine characters. I think you can see why that's a problem. Imagine you skipped early Natlan use for Mavwika, and then you find out that she needs them to be at her best. But don't worry, the game is nice to you, you see. They give you a free Kachina to play with your Mavwika.
Okay.
I can't be the only person who feels like them giving us these bad characters out for free almost feels like an insult at this point. But if you don't want to play Kachina, and I can't blame you because she's not too good, don't worry, there's another Natlan character that's running on Banner too that works perfectly with Mavwika, Sit Lolly. But
Okay.
there is a little problem. Hoyo decided to run both of these brand new characters on the same banner phase. This
Yeah.
was the first time in Genshin history this has happened. And to add insult to injury, the Lantern Right rewards were in the second phase, meaning you
Yeah, because the Lantern Right was released for Chinese New Year. This another guy who doesn't understand that part.
lost all of those because Dawei needs to buy a 6th yacht. This was one of the scummiest things Hoyoverse has ever done. You know, I kind of wanted to pull from Mavwika because she's really fucking hot, but this decision was so bad I couldn't do it. This isn't the first time I've skipped characters because I don't agree with the price point or the practices, and this won't be the last. I can tell they wanted to milk as much money out of us, and that was just disappointing, to be honest. It's weird because last year,
Yeah, the coolest
internet was
top,
broken
man.
over 3 polls, but then when this happens, I barely saw anybody talking about it. And the greed isn't only on the characters, it's also
Yep.
extending to the enemies too. These new abysses have enemies that want Night Soul to break their shields. This shit was so annoying I had to bust out my benched Arlecchino to hopefully normal attack it until it died. I can probably make a whole video on the shortcomings of Natlan, and their newer approach to the way they monetize their game just made it
Oh,
so much
boy.
worse. I do like Genshin, but man, these decisions are just getting worse and worse.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by any of this stuff. And again, like, these guys, the more they go fight in PvP and defend or whatever, the more they're just gonna keep doing it. And, like, the thing is, like, you see the other dumbasses say, oh, we're gonna go, like, boycott or whatever. And then you see them, like, actually just secretly still playing it after the fact. And we know that they're doing it. It's like, no, you're freaking pissed off and you're gonna do that? Then just go fucking click the uninstall button. And actually not touch it at all. But these guys are too dumb to do that, man.
As for Zenless Zone Zero, I don't really think it has any issues with greed yet. I've lost more gallons to that game than I have dollars, so I'm not really worried. I
These
will
guys
say
are
the
a fucking
Wenjins
joke,
are getting
man.
kind of ridiculous, and there might be a bigger issue with power creep if we keep going higher than Miyabi, but we're gonna have to wait and see.
Of course they will.
Now I know I've received comments about
They
how it's a
literally sell
gacha
you
game, and
power
of
and
course it's
everything.
greedy and it's crossing into predatory, and you're right. Gacha games being greedy is about as common as chips and salsa at a Mexican restaurant. Of course companies want to make money, but what's also important is how they do it. From what I've seen, Hoyo tends to skirt a fine line between being just generous enough to keep people somewhat satisfied, but not.
I don't look at them like whenever these games give stuff around, I never look at it as generous. You know why? Like, even if a game is like, oh, we're gonna give you like 200 pulls or whatever, I never look at it as generous because they're doing it for a different reason. It's all, again, like how these things work is all psychological manipulation and stuff like that. I will always ignore this part, and we'll just look at the other side there. Right? That's exactly how I look at them and will treat them. Because the reality is they created the problem. They're using this stuff to sell you the solution, and this generous part in quotation marks is how they're trying to get you to bribe you to stay. This is one of the things in there, or to trick you into going in to feeding them more.
Satisfied enough to the point where they don't want
But these guys don't
to
understand
spend
that.
money on it. And while this makes sense, it feels like they've been more on the stingy side of things as of late. If they go too much in a negative direction, while it might benefit them in the short term, I really don't think people stick around it for the long term. Except the Hoyo shills, of course. And we've seen clear examples of games that are much more fair with their monetization and respect their
Yeah, no, they don't. They're the same thing, man.
players, and they have a very dedicated fan base. Take
No, and then he uses this just to prop this thing up, man. They do the exact same thing too, man.
Wuthering Waves, for example. As much as people want to pit the fandoms against each other,
Yeah, don't they have like all the, like their 4-star weapons are garbage? So like they're gonna like even more so tempt you into like swiping for their 5-star weapons as well. The pricing and everything is again the same. The amount of shit you get per patch is similar enough as well. Sure, you don't have 50-50 on the weapon banner, but you also have like their 5-star weapons and stuff being a lot more hyper specific and stuff like that. And they're using it to sell parts of solutions to character kit problems and everything. From what I've seen. So it's like, are you sure? Because you're already complaining about this shit in Genshin. And Wuwa does literally the exact same thing. But they won't talk about it on that side. They'll prop this up after they go and attack Genshin when they're the same. Hi, you should uninstall. Oh, welcome. Right.
Wuwa fans love the game for good reason, myself included. The weapon banner is guaranteed.
Yeah, it's guaranteed so. They use it to add stuff to the character kits that should have been there in the first place.
And the pity is
They're
80
not just stat sticks.
instead of 90. You can buy dupes in the shop.
It's only dupes, and then like, yeah, sure you can buy it, but is he gonna go over how much it takes to go buy that dupe?
And the pity is 80 instead of 90. You can
Like, how many pulls do you need to get 270? Right, you get like 3 corals every time you pull a duplicate 4-star. You need 270. How many is that gonna be? Right? I think for 5-star you get like 25 or something. 10 or 25 or something for 5-star. And you need 270. Yeah, good luck with that. Right? Like, it's like ridiculous, because like this shit might as well not matter. Because the amount you need anyways.
buy dupes in the shop. I can't speak for everyone, but I am much more willing to spend money on that game because I know it's a lot more reasonable. I may sound like a curlbot for this, but if giving a game as Sweet Flowers and Mint is being a curlbot, then I guess I'm a curlbot.
Right, because like you need like again like, and here's the thing, right? For the rate up, the limited characters, it costs even more at 360 of the corals. Right? So let's say, you know what? Let's say you get every 80 pulls, right? Let's say you get maybe 12 4-stars, and then you get a 5-star, right? So you get 12 times 3, right? And then you get 10. So you get 36 plus 10. That's 46 corals. You need 360 to get a character dupe. Right? So that's 360. Divide that by 46. So to buy that dupe, you would need to go through the 80 pulls 8 times. So that's, 80 pulls times 8. That's 640 pulls. By the time you get there, you already pulled 6 copies of the character. Like, all it does is, like, for the people that were already whaling that amount, it's not even that. You'll get multiple 5-stars before that. Heck, if it's a limited character because you need to get to 360, you'll get 6 copies, and then you can buy the 7th. You have to, like, pull enough to get 6 limited characters, and then you can buy the 7th. You already need to have the unit anyways. Right? So, like, this is where, like, it just gets a lot more ridiculous, and they don't understand that. They don't see it. Right? They don't realize that. And the thing is, you have to have the character first. This is not just, oh, you can just buy the character if you don't have them. No. You need to have the character first. That's why it's fucking ridiculous. Right? Like, by the time you can go pull, you can actually go use it. You already pulled 6 other fucking character copies. At least. Heck, in some cases, you might get all 7 copies and have a full C6 unit. So it's like, it's worthless. Like, the only thing it's, like, useful for is for, like, the guys on the extreme end wailing like crazy because they max out everything. Only then will they have, like, excess that they can be like, okay, sure, I can use it now. After, like, 2 character banners. Because they pull and max out every banner. They'll have enough to go buy 2 copies. Right, like, you can't even get one with the amount of pulls. Exactly. They're acting like it's their freaking Lord and Savior or something, man. They're acting like it's the second coming of Jesus. They don't realize that, no, they're being played too.
I know this video is probably going to be a bit controversial, but I really hope Hoyoverse improves the monetization does better going forward. I want a guaranteed weapon banner. I want more viable 4-stars. I want to have parts of kits not locked behind items.
How about, here's the thing, right? Your problem with the weapon banner, how about they get, no, what you would want? Maybe they get rid of it entirely and make it so they don't need it at all. You know, they get rid of a bunch of the other stuff. That's part of why it's like when I look at WoA, it's like I just see all the same crap I don't like from Genshin again. And the quality of life doesn't fix anything for me because the quality of life changes doesn't actually meaningfully change or improve anything for me. But I also just don't like the game. And like the thing is, quality of life isn't going to go attract people to play it. You'll get people to talk about it maybe, but it's not going to make people that don't like it play it. Oh yeah, of course they do. Of course they do. Of course they know. They know like the numbers of like the players that have spent in the top. Of course they do. Of course they're tracking that stuff. Like the reality is with these things, right? 99% of the money these companies make for these games come from 2% of the player base. For like 99% most of the time. Sometimes it's like 80-20. 80% come from the top 20% of players. Or they're the top 2% or whatever. But like, in some cases, like with a lot of the Hoyo games and stuff, it's really like 2% of people are giving them 99% of the revenue. And these guys don't understand that. Yeah, they have the flying thing that's locked to one region, but here's the thing, man. Even if it wasn't locked, here's the thing. You can fly, so? You look at the map, do you care? Do you actually care that you can fly there? Do you actually care about using it on the map? Or do you only care because you want to fly over and skip everything on the map? Like, that's the thing that people aren't thinking about. They're gonna go praise the fact that you can fly over it. But they forget why they want to do that. It's the same thing with the skip button, how I see the skip button. You're praising a basic feature with the skip button. For some reason. But why are you praising it? Right? It's like they don't think about why they're praising it. And maybe the why is because they don't want to deal with it. So they want to skip over it and ignore it all. That's why they're praising it. Because they don't actually like it. They don't want to say that, and they don't want to openly admit that they don't like it and they don't want to deal with it. And they would rather skip over all that crap entirely. So they're praising the fact that they can do that. Right? Like, I'm looking at it from that perspective. And that's how I see like, a lot of those things in these games. I'm looking at it from a different perspective than them. A lot more critical, so to speak.
eidolons or light cones. I've seen people say that these games should be void of criticism because it's a gacha game or it's free. This is completely false. This company is worth billions of dollars, and if anything, they should be held to the highest criticism possible. And the thing is, this company is what other games would look towards for a successful gacha game, meaning that all the stupid things that Hoyo puts in their game, case in point, the 50-50 on weapons, could end up in other games by other companies. And as a player, I don't want to have to deal with that in every other game.
And here's the solution. Don't deal with it. The thing is, the more they deal with it, the more they're gonna do it, and other companies gonna see that they can do it and get away with it. The only way to get them to stop is if you stop. And not just you, you get more people to stop. And actually stop and hit the uninstall button. That's the only actual solution. Because the more they know, because like they have all the data, they know exactly what's going on. And they know what works. And if it works, they're gonna keep getting away with it and they're gonna keep doing it. That's the end of the, like, that's what it is at the end of the day.
Game that I play. Luckily, Wuthering Waves significantly improved it, and there are other games out there too with good gachas, and I'm hoping other games in the future do the same. The fact that a very successful gacha...
And like, the other thing too, here's the problem too with like guaranteed banners as well that they don't think of as well. Like, here's the thing. I could say I made a gacha with a guaranteed banner, but you need 1,000 pulls to get the thing that's guaranteed. Right? Like, I could do something like that and say, oh, it's guaranteed, but you need to do it 1,000 times. No, like I'm just saying, right? Like, let's say I made one. And I'm like, you have to do it 1,000 times. It's guaranteed, though. You can't lose the 50. There's no 50-50 or anything. Right? Like, I can change that. But I can be like, okay, your 1,000 rolls, right? I can make it so I give you, like, 10 times the rolls of another game. But then, like, at the end of the day, it's like, it's no better or worse than the other thing you compare it to, outside of your inventory being filled with, like, 10 times more crap. Because I set the rules that way. Right? Like, the reality is, you should be looking at the actual relative costs of things if you're going to be comparing them. Not how the system works, but rather the relative costs to make use of it. Because, like, the reality is, like, if you had, let's say, a 25% chance versus 75%, but you get 4 times the amount of resources than the one where it's a guaranteed pull, well, you're probably going to get it at the same rate anyways, because you have 4 times the resources. So it doesn't really make us that much of a difference. Right? Like, it really depends on how everything is scaled, relatively speaking. Like, it's kind of like how I mentioned before with, like, remember when when we were playing Enfield, we saw that Kuro bot that was, like, doom posting the fact that you only got the guaranteed 120 thing 1 time per banner, and it resets every banner in Enfield. And they were using it to prop up Wua for some reason. But then you realize that, like, the getting 120 pulls in Enfield from, like, the regular stuff in there, the regular dailies repeatable resource you have without events and everything, is the same as getting 42 pulls in a different game. In like, let's say, Wuthering Waves or Genshin Impact or whatever, to get the same thing. You just have to do more total spins on the slot machine, but you get it faster, despite that, because the cost is lower. Right? That's why, like, just comparing the actual systems at face value is not the way to go about it. Because there are other ways to massage the costs and change it in between. Even if one thing looks worse than another. Right? Sometimes the thing that looks better on paper, when you start factoring all the other factors, it could be worse. And that's why it's a lot harder and, like, more of a slippery slope to compare. Because you really shouldn't be comparing them as, like, apples to apples, when, let's just say, one is an apple and the other fruit's an orange.
Gacha game doing what Hoyo couldn't in real time makes it feel so disappointing on Hoyo's end. Will any of this happen? Unlikely. But I love these games and I want them to improve. All I hope is that we see better in the future. Honkai Star announced some changes recently, so maybe we'll see some monetization changes. And as for Genshin, yeah, you guys are cooked. Before you click off, I just want to say thank you for reaching the end of this video. This is my first video like this, so I apologize if it's not the best. But if you guys want more videos like these, then let me know. And any feedback is greatly appreciated. And if you enjoyed, I really appreciate you subscribing. This video took a lot of work and it really helps me out a lot. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.
But yeah, like, like you guys know my stance on how I see the things there. Alright, was there anything else I was sent to look at? Or do we just do my snowbreak stuff quickly and then dip? Or maybe look at the Crystal of Atlan thing one more time? Because, like, tomorrow we're going to be playing Duet Night Abyss. Let me double check. Was there anything else sent? Not really. Alright, so we can go move on with that. Let's just do the snowbreak stuff real quick. Alright, snowbreak category. Now, let me unmute that. Okay.
もう少しきつく。
Oh, that's still not unlocked until tomorrow. God damn. Oh yeah, I still gotta like quick evaluate this stuff. Alright, we already finished this mode. Right, that one's done. Hard mode's still not unlocked yet. God damn. That's still not available. Anything else? I already finished all of that, right? Is Apex Trial just like a longer thing? That don't matter. Alright. Let's just finish the dailies here then. Alright, we gotta go collect the little puzzle pieces. What else is there here? Oh yeah, the rest are on the 3rd floor. Oh cool, I got a cross piece. Those are always nice to get. Alright, let's go to the hot spring thing. And skip the thing on Chenxing. Where is she? Is she sitting over here? Nope. Where is Chenxing?
weather is nice.
Oh wait,
today.
that was changing. I thought that was life for a second. I swear, I thought that was life for a second. Alright, what else do we need? Alright, personal file. Right, because I'm just gonna hoard these things in my mailbox. I'm hoarding these. I'm gonna hoard all of these for the next patch. Because I can technically, like, hoard them and the timer won't go down. That way I can use it on whatever is a new character in the next patch. And then continue working on the stuff I got this patch. Nothing else there for Star Wars trial thing. But I feel like these things are getting worse for like the RNG stuff for the endless wave stuff there. Like the affixes here. The enemies are even tankier now. They're slower, but they're tankier. It's just that, like, when you get overwhelmed with them, it's not because they move too quickly. At least I don't think it is. But maybe I can try to see if I can clear it. I guess if they're slower, they're gonna, like, stand in stuff that would hurt them more. I guess you could try. Right, we'll give it a shot. Lower cooldown. More cocktails. Longer duration. You know, I'll take that one. Maybe this will work. Yeah, because they're moving slower, at least. At least for the start. Maybe it could be better for, like, the fixed hazards. Let's see. Alright, what do I got? Bigger AoE, but not the cooldown reduction. Quick grab that. Hey, we can make them vulnerable for longer. So they take more damage. That might help. Alright, especially if the stuff can stay where the laser is back there. Cause like if it can keep them and like pull them onto the laser, that'd be great. Hell, why did it despawn? Or they just hit this guy at the back. I'll take that one. They take more damage now. Alright, what do I get? More cocktail damage. I guess the movement speed reduction on those would help. It is annoying though how it's like this guy can throw them at the very far end, but only if he sees something up close. It is kind of annoying. Alright, we shoot the guy at the very back. Alright, let's see. Slow them down further. else is here? I can pull them in more. Like, it just doesn't feel like the black hole is strong enough. Like, it doesn't really feel like it's doing enough. Okay, the cocktail thingies are slowing them down a little bit. But in some cases, the freaking black hole is pulling the things out of it. Maybe it's helping. I don't know. Is it? But then it's like, these guys are grouped up and bunched up over there. Wait, it might actually clear the mech. Maybe. No. That's the furthest I've ever gotten. Still not enough for the mech. Maybe just not use the black hole thing. I think it's doable though. It's like the thing is, but like they're just more tanky. If it didn't have the increased HP, I would have cleared it. Maybe. Because eventually at the end, like, they're just too tanky. They're already very tanky and they got tankier. Oh well. Yeah, here, let's go quickly look at them, because I don't think there's anything else we need to do here. There was technically that other thing in Crystal of Atlan. We can go look at that real quick before we end off. Oh damn, Crystal of Atlan category is like super dead now. It's like extremely dead. There's like only 50 viewers or something in the category. Already dead. Yeah, let me like look it up. Like, look, it's already super dead, man. It's already extremely dead. Right, it's like barely even 24 hours. It's already dead. If I refresh it, I should be here now. Or not. I have the second highest viewer count in this category. So dead, I'm literally the second highest view count. Damn. That is something, man. It's already dead. Day 2. That was quick. Alright. Let's just quickly go look at that other mode that we couldn't do yesterday because we ran out of stamina was. Like, the game is cool and all. It's just the monetization stuff and the gate and everything, the gating they're doing. You can't really do much else with it. It's like you can go make another character, but then you gotta reprogress through everything all over again on another character if you want to make another character to go play it or whatever. So it just becomes like, whatever. And that's like one of the small little problems this has. That thing is still just being highlighted at me. Oh, what's this? Can I not just get this to go away? Oh, I can grab that. Right, we need to do this one. Alright, we can go give it a look. Alright, come on. Alright, we got our bot. Cool. Right. What the hell? Why did it lag out like very briefly there? Oh god, I'm like getting weird lag now. Why is the game lagging like crazy? The fuck? You saw that, guys? Like, what the fuck? I didn't have all these issues yesterday. Everything was fine yesterday. Wait, Gacha and Joy has another video? We already saw the video earlier, the recent one. Did you already upload another video? Oh, you mean the... Oh yeah, we should have looked at the comments on it. Alright, cool, I cleared it. Barely. I got this necklace, level 25 necklace. Is there anything else left? Level 24, whatever. Oh, we can do more story maybe? No? What the fuck do you do then now? What the fuck do you do instead then? Is it just completely just spam grind this shit for gear? Like this? Is that all I'm supposed to do now? And then you can get RNG chance at the insignia sockets, I guess? I've been doing fine, just been a bit sick lately. Because, like, what else do I do? I already, like, finished the story, then. What is this one? Is this main story? Over 400? And it's cooking still? Okay. Let's see. Maybe this is more main story. It's just funny though, like how quickly Crystal Matlin died.
Sorry. You alright?
Like, take 2, it's already dead, the category.
What a strange kid. Wait, where's the badge? Hey, stop right there!
Okay, just moving this a bit. Okay. Where do we go? I can't even equip that piece. But I can't even equip it yet. But that's a level 25 gold gear, so it's not like it's low level gold gear, man. It don't matter. It's early game. Okay, I unlocked the next part of the story. And then we go through this stuff again. Okay. So there is more story. It's just that we're like constantly time gated. The time gate is pretty crazy.
adventurer. You ain't welcome here. Shot. All right. Got him, boys!
Alright, that's cleared. And then we keep continuing.
How are they keeping up?
Alright, let's keep going. Alright, we got a guy with a shield as a boss, I guess. Alright, cleared.
What are you doing here? Nice here. Don't let her escape.
Alright, cool. Let's keep going, continue.
Boss! It's the one who's been chasing me!
This barbaric city. How even the mighty adventurers have fallen.
But they saw something.
You're on orphan gang territory now. Show me what you're made of.
Alright, now let's go kill Aslan. Alright, let's keep going. Oh shit. getting juggled around. Alright, is it cleared? Nice. Alright, was there anything else more in here? Alright, we got another skill here. Okay, cool. We got that skill now. That's neat. And there's that socket stuff there. And then the skills. Do I want to upgrade anything? Okay. Alright, cool. We can go grab things here. Alright. And then now we're level 26. Wait, maybe we can unlock the laser or something. Or is there anything else we can get? Oh, that's at level 35. Never mind. That's a ways away. Let's keep going. Oh, we got a pet now. We got the pet system, arena, skill slot. Okay. We can use it to get a pet here. We can deploy a pet, and then you can have up to 2 pets. Okay. And then you can upgrade them, I guess. You can level them up. And I guess you can like upgrade them further with more copies or something. Okay. And they have skills and stuff that you can upgrade as well. Sure. Okay. Oh, and they have like a skill on like a long cooldown, I guess. It's like an extra skill that the pet will use. Okay. Alright, it's cleared. How much further can we go until we run out of stamina? Alright. Right. I can double jump. What? Why didn't it let me jump? What the fuck is going on now? Alright, for some reason sometimes my jumps are not being registered properly. That is kind of Pepega. Oh, and then I raise it and then I go up even higher. Okay. Okay, we gotta go back this way, I guess. Huh? Wait, why did it point that way if it wants me to go this way? What the fuck? That is kind of Pepega.
An adventurer? How did they find this place? Get rid of them. Don't let them get the word out. Come on to our church? You'll get out. Useless. Couldn't even hold back one adventurer. Hold them. Back up the cover. Don't let them disturb the boss.
Alright, let's go kill the things here. And let me just go rescue the kids here.
Adam, lads.
They were human trafficking children, I see. Alright, we killed off the human kidnapper, human trafficker thingies there. Now we gotta go kill these guys.
Come on, what are you afraid of? Nothing a few more orphans peddling medicine won't make back. Shameless scum. Die!
Okay.
Prices are negotiable, of course.
Wanna let weapons do the talking? Fine by me.
And is dead. And then it just exits us out. Okay. So like we're like halfway through that one. We're level 28 now. Now it just wants us to talk to Wade. Alright, we need to get to the bottom of the thingy.
These guys, what a nuisance. Showing up with their backup? Boss right
Let me go kill all the things here. And his dodge. Alright, and then we go over here. To the, I guess another boss. Alright, we got this big
Willa!
fish snake monster, I think. Alright. Garamos. Okay.
Take Willa and go.
Got it.
Let's go kill this thing.
Now, attack its head with all your might.
Oh shit, I died. Rip. I don't think how am I supposed to deal with that one? Here, let me try this again.
Quick, take Willa and go.
Got it. See you at the entrance. Now, attack its head with all your might.
Hi Kumaki. Welcome, welcome.
Stay alert.
Probably got ads to kill.
Now, attack its head with all your might.
Well, it's going, man. So we're gonna be ending soon when we run out of stamina and can't continue anymore. Wait, how much more stamina can I even do I have here? And then tomorrow we're also gonna be playing Duet Night Abyss. Alright, killed it. Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, this game is honestly, it has no reason to be an MMO. Crystal of Atlan shouldn't have been an MMO. And it, like, the live service crap and, like, how they have the stuff set up is ruining the game. Honestly, like, if they, like, they got rid of the stamina crap in there, they got rid of, like, the live service crap, and just made it like a regular like single player buy-to-play game with optional co-op or something, I'd probably like buy this game for like $40. Like, the problem with Crystal of Atlan, honestly, the category is like dead right now on Twitch, by the way. Like, this is literally Crystal of Atlan on Twitch right now. Literally, the second biggest streamer right now on it is me. It's fucking dead. It's fucking dead. Crystal of Atlan, the thing is already dead. It's day 2. It's only day 2, it's already dead. Cause like, I do like the combat, the gameplay stuff in there, it's just a lot of the stuff around it is what's hurting it. I mean, apparently some people can't even play it, man. The game is hurt heavily by the stuff around it and how it's set up, man. Like, honestly, it's like hurt by like everything that's like set up around it rather than like anything else. And like, that's kind of the unfortunate thing, man. If this was just like a buy-to-play like game for like $30 or something, removed all the live service crap, sure. Cause like, the actual gameplay stuff is fun. It's just that like, the other stuff around it with how everything is set up is the problem. The business model and monetization structure they put this game into is what's hurting it ultimately. It honestly does not need to be a live service game. Cause like, here's the thing, right? The way this game plays is kind of like if you had like your typical like ARPG game like Diablo or Path of Exile or something, but you made it so it's like fully in 3D, right? And with an anime aesthetic. That's like what this game is at its core. Which is fine, it's just that everything else around it and how the stuff is set up, because of the live service aspect, is what's hurting this game ultimately. Like, it's all the live service crap and stuff in there that's hurting this game. Like, also like, the reality is you're playing the entirety of this game single player for the PvE stuff, for the most part. Sure, there's the occasional AI bot stuff here and there, but like you can get, and you can do like optional co-op stuff, but like it doesn't really matter. In some ways, it kind of does feel like a live service cash grab. That's basically how it feels like. And that's what's like really holding this game back, man. Cause like I do like the gameplay and the combat stuff. Like I like this class. There's all the other like smaller minor stuff, but
What a sight.
yeah.
So now you leave the
I also just don't feel like it's sorting my inventory right now.
You call
After
this
this.
done? The audience certainly isn't. Boss Rat gave me special orders to take good care of you.
You...
Men, whatever critters we got left, let them all out.
Like it really shouldn't be an MMO, man. It really has no reason to. Cause like at its core, the game is cool. It's just
Lock this place
it's
down.
hurt by everything else.
Get away.
Got it!
They're splitting.
After him!
Don't let him get away. Leave the rest to us. Go get.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. And then the other thing that's annoying as well is like the constant like, because everything is like heavily throttled and tied to stamina, you're constantly being stopped every few seconds to go and deal with all this other crap here that really does not need to be here. Like honestly, like it has no reason to be the way it is, man. The game is cool and all, just they really screwed up there. Same time, they shouldn't have gender locked all the classes. And that's really what's hurting it for me. Like that's really what's hurting it. Ah, yeah, fair enough. Like, the thing is, though, like, this is not, like, me simping or whatever. Like, honestly, like, I do like the combat and stuff. I am enjoying that part. It's just, everything else around is hurting it. It's part of why, like, I can't be bothered to play, like, stuff like Path of Exile, because the live service aspect, the partial live service aspect to it, or, like, Diablo 4 and stuff like that. Because I do like those types of games. I like played stuff like Diablo 2 back in the day and stuff. Right, I did like that one. It's just the issue is the other stuff around it that's like stopping me basically. You know, like it's kind of the same part of like why I never like finished playing Diablo 3 and stuff. Like I think you'll have fun with it. It's just that the large chunk of the game is what's hurting it. Like, if this was just like a one-time purchase, and they made DLC expansions that I would buy later, for like more content, I'd be cool with it. But it's the live service crap that's like really hurting it. Like, if this is like a $40 game, I'd buy it. Maybe even 50 or 60. Maybe. If they if they fully voice everything, and improve performance a little bit more. But otherwise, like, it's rough. Right? Basically, it's kind of like if you took Diablo, right? Diablo or Path of Exile or whatever your typical ARPG you're thinking of, right? And then you basically made it so the story and progression is heavily throttled behind Pepega's stamina use. So, like, you'll have stuff being interrupted in between because you run out of stamina so you can't play anymore. That's, like, one of the issues. But the other thing, too, is they basically made this a live service cash grab version of that. And, so, like, you have things where, like, we go into the shop, right? Outfits literally have stats on them. How do I open it to preview it? Like, they literally have, like, pay-to-win, like, outfit stats on everything here. right? Literally, like, do that type of shit. You got all this, right? There is PvP and stuff like that. You can use your outfits and stuff like that in PvP. I'm pretty sure you got pay-to-win loot boxes for pets as well. Because you have that for, like, the pet thing that can follow you around. Like, I have this thing there. So you have that stuff there, right? Everything's, like, heavily gated. So, like, you want to progress more. You know, you're just gonna hit a brick wall eventually when you run out. And then, like, you just keep logging in the next day to play more of it, I guess. And you can go grind for gear, whatever. Like you do in, like, Diablo or whatever. The combat itself is, like, similar vibes to those games, which is cool. They advertise themselves and call themselves an MMO, but the reality is you're basically playing this like a single-player game with optional co-op. It's just that when you're out in the world, you can see a bunch of other people on, like, the map. Right? Like, you go in the city hubs and stuff, you can see all the other players around there. That's basically the only MMO thing around. Like, there's another player right there. Right? You can just see them in. And that's kind of it. That's basically the game. There, I completed that chapter. I don't know, I never played Soul Worker. But like, yeah. If this didn't have all this live service crap, like, thrown literally all over the place everywhere, I'd be cool with the game. Honestly. It's just that all the stuff around it is what's hurting the game ultimately for me. Right. And, like, I could go further, but it's like, yeah. So let's say I go do a story stage. How do I change it? To unlock the next one. Okay. Elite difficulty. You can do co-op here, but the reality is you're just gonna get an AI teammate. Classes are also gender locked and stuff. And partially experience locked, not experience, character model locked as well, so that's something to also think there. Like, if you wanted to have a female mage, you can't have it. If you wanted to play as a dude with a gun, you can't have it. Guns are only for female characters. Much like wizards apparently only for males. You want to use a stupid sword, male only. You can't have it on a female character. You want to have like this, you want to have like a JoJo, stand fighting with you. Female only. Because, yeah. But yeah. Alright, what is this? But yeah. Yeah, it's like kind of ridiculous. Right? And like, it's cool, like, you can actually move around in a 3D map in here and do the stuff in here. Right? Which is like something you can't do in like Diablo and shit. Right? Like, that stuff is cool and all. Right? And obviously, again, like, I'm playing this game kind of like that. I have like my resource bar is that white thing in the top under my health bar and stuff. For like combo points and everything. I have my abilities and stuff down here. Right? Yeah, I already did my ToFLive event stuff off stream already earlier. Yeah, free shit, exactly. right? And then it just takes me out, and it will tell me I can spend more stamina to keep doing more. Right? Like, that's basically the gist of this game. And then there's also a training dummy that I unlock now. Right? So you can go test your shit on there. I have inventory full. I can go claim my rewards there. Right? Like, this game really, really has no business being a live service stuff. It doesn't need to be. It is hurt heavily because of that, like, that aspect. Right? And, like, that's kind of where I'm at for this, basically. Yeah, you can do more. I don't really feel like doing more now. But, like, yeah, that's kind of how it is. Like, the game could have been cool and stuff. It's just everything else around it that's hurting it. If only it didn't have those problems. Right? Because, like, you would see it's like, you go that, and then, like, after 2-3 minutes, it pulls you out to go spend more stamina to continue. And everything is, like, sharded and locked off that way. It's all like that. Right? That's basically how the whole game is. Right? And then if you run out of stamina, you can't play until you get more the next day. So if you wanted to, like, you know, play through, like, all of it or whatever in a day or whatever. Because the reality is, if you want to play through all the story or whatever that's here, I'm gonna guess you'll be done within, like, 5, 6, 7 hours or something. That's probably the amount of content in here. Maybe 7, 8. But then, like, you can get replay value out of playing it as, like, different classes and character builds and stuff like that, because there's a lot of that in here, right? Which is cool and all. It's just that, again, like, all the other stuff around it, the live service crap, and, like, the time gates and stuff like that, is really holding this back. If it didn't have that or the loot boxes, all that other crap, I'd be cool with the game. And that's kind of where I'm at on it. Right? That's basically where I'm at. It really shouldn't be treated as an MMO. It has no business to be. Like, it has no business being that way. But yeah, like, that's basically where I'm at on this thing. If everything wasn't constantly time gated and stuff like that, like, that'd be cool. Like, yeah, that'd be cool and all, but yeah. Like, honestly, like, if they just stripped all the live service stuff out, you kept PvP as a fun side mode, but that's it. But, like, yeah. It is just like that. Like, that's kind of how it is. Like, this really isn't an MMO, man. There is PvP and stuff on the side you can do if you like it, but that's it. Honestly, if it didn't have all that live service crap and all those other things into it, I could see myself playing this long term. But yeah. That's just kind of how I feel about this on the matter. Yeah, Sting's journey for the so-called perfect anime MMO goes on. This is not an MMO game. They're calling themselves an MMO because you can see other players in the world on the map. And you technically can play with other people in, like, 4-player co-op type stuff. But, like, Calling it an MMO is like if you called Genshin an MMO in that case. Or like Diablo. It's like calling Diablo 4 an MMO. Or like Path of Exile an MMO. It really shouldn't be treated as such. The game isn't really made that way. Right? And like, we basically have we've seen all the game modes. Right? Co-op battle is just, you know, I haven't seen Hex Chess. But like, you know, it's literally a team of 4 player content. It can be challenged, there's a solo mode and then a party mode. And like, this is literally like just all 4 player content type stuff. You can play it solo if you want. And they have it scaled around being solo if you want to play it that way. You know. Otherwise, you're doing the other thing in story mode or whatever, adventure mode. And then like, you'll be farming gear and stuff on like the special arena thing afterwards. For like these bosses. That again are like, they're stamina gated. And then this like other ticket resource gated. That you can get from clearing other stuff or whatever. You can sell them. You can sell the entries or whatever. And this is just where you're going to be getting your gear. Right? And there's going to be multiple tiers later on. You're just going to be farming that thing. That's basically how this whole game works. Like it's fine and all. Like, the reality is, if we didn't have all the live service crap and time gate and stuff being put in to bog us down, maybe this game has like 8 to 10 hours of content. Like actual like main gameplay content. And then like the replay value is like experimenting with all the classes and builds and mix and matching and doing all that stuff. That's basically how it is. Right? And that's kind of it. Like, that's kind of it, basically. Like, the game itself, it looks like it has like 10 hours of content. But yeah, there's the PvP stuff, but yeah, that's kind of it. At the same time though, I got work and stuff tomorrow, so this is just, we're gonna end the stream for the night. We're ending early again. I did say it was short stream. Right? We're ending it at like just under 5 hours. Right, because like I think this is the perfect spot. I probably won't touch any more Crystal Battling. If I do, maybe I'll like do it to record stuff to go make a video or something about it to like talk about if I feel like doing that. But like, they really shouldn't have called this game an MMO and stuff like that. It really does feel like pure live service cash grab more than anything. And that's just kind of where I have my issues and stuff with it. It's just all the other stuff around it. Like again, like I said before, if like you removed all the live service crap and just sold it as like a regular game, I'd buy it and play it. I think it could be cool. But yeah, that's just it though. Right? As usual though, guys, thank you all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time. Tomorrow we're gonna be playing Duet Night Abyss. Because I did get invited to that beta, so stay tuned for that. And yeah, I'll see you guys again next time though. See you guys. See ya.